dare say our destination will soon be in sight.
Enjoying yourself for a change?
There's no cause for panic. This one might make for a worthy opponent.
Might you have a moment to speak further?
Well, that was dumb of me. Completely forgot to change it to public instead of unlisted. Whatever. It's more or less for me. Let's test that. It works. Oh, turn off turn on the triggers. There we go. Oh, I'm excited. Patch 7.3, baby. Here we go. Yeah. Oh, wait, no, there was one closer, dummy. Please don't do that. I can't believe this thing has stick drift already. Cutscene? Nope, not yet. If you have a moment, Valtamont, Geode wants to take stock of the current crisis. Oblivion may be lacking the finer details in certain areas, so we'd like you to lend your perspective to the conversation. Sure. Sorry to drag you into our meeting, but we need to get a better handle on the threats Alexandria is facing right now. Not at all. Much has happened since the state funeral, and a clearer idea of where things stand would be beneficial for us all as well. I can't read. First things first, then. Let's discuss the state of the machine malfunctions. Every single sector reported instances of sentries attacking citizens without provocation, and vehicles suddenly becoming unresponsive to controls. Oh yeah, I remember that. And while these malfunctions were resolved fairly quickly, they nevertheless resulted in a considerable number of injuries and deaths. But you haven't heard anything about new incidences since then, right? Or incidents. Right. No additional reports have been logged, as far as I know. That's the good news. The bad news is, I tried to take control of the soldiers when they started hurting people, but they wouldn't listen to me, even though I have the king's authority. Once things calmed down, I was finally able to make them give up their weapons, but if it happens again, I don't know if they'll ignore me like before. The King of Resolve's authority is about the highest there is. Who is this man that can override it with such impunity? Calyx. He lived in the age of the Storm Surge as I did. I still can't believe Sphene is actually alive. Lest you forget, he was known for his advancements in electrope technology, and it was he who established preservation for the purpose of furthering his research. The wasting disease which afflicted him, however, was said to leave him scant years left to live. He must have chosen to undergo conversion into an endless, that he might continue his efforts into the present day. Preservation's early goals seemed noble enough, exploring treatments for Levin sickness, designing Everkeep's core system, and that sort of thing. Why harm the people he was ostensibly trying to help? I do not pretend to fully understand Calyx's motivations, only that he appeared incensed. Huh. I wonder what that word means. Incensed by what he saw as mankind's failings. He asserted that the strategy of adapting our species through generational succession was outdated, that evolution now requires us to forsake bodies of flesh in favor of eternal preservation. We've already seen how he's employed the simulant to convince Alexandrians that endless conversion is their only hope for survival. Eternal life is assured for the 5,000 who register their neo-regulators. But this is merely one part of Calyx's greater plan. He wants the key to interdimensional fusion. With that relic in his possession, he will draw aether from the reflections and expand his efforts to create endless 1,000-fold. If we mean to foil Calyx's schemes, then our only option is to determine where he's hiding and put him down. Which, unfortunately, is easier said than done. I've been scouring the terminal we found in the depths of Everkeep, but I've failed to uncover even the slightest trace of his activities. Give me a little more time, though, and I'm sure I can sniff him out. I'll help you. While Galulja and Shale are working on that, I think I'm going to take a look around town. I want to make sure no new problems have cropped up, as well as search for any information that might lead us to Calyx. You're welcome to come along. Another malfunction could happen at any time, and I'd be glad to have some brawlers at my back. What, you don't brawl, dude? Count me in. Raha and the others are helping Oblivion patrol the other levels of the keep, so shall we stick to the streets of Solution 9? Sounds like a plan. Thanks, you two. I appreciate the company. I have to speak with the city's administrators about bringing in the Landsguard. I want our soldiers around to protect those who are moving to Tuliolal. Alphino and Alize will be joining me for the meeting, so the three of us can cover that sector as soon as we're done. If I may, I'd like to join Valtamont's group if you'll have me. Absolutely. The more mouths to ask questions, the merrier. As long as you're aware of the dangers. Thank you. I'll do my best not to be a burden. You'll be fine. I'm more worried about you, Geo. Don't do anything stupid. Phew. You'll change your tune once we get back with the goods on Calyx. Then the dranks are on you. Come on, let's continue this outside. Righto? I already have to go to the bathroom. I just started. I'll be right back. Alright. What's the chat here doing? Okay, good. Oh, let's see. Let's make sure it's running at 1440p. It is. Good. Alrighty. Let's go take a look and see if they actually put in new gear. Curious about that. Before I go ahead and do that. Also, I'm curious as to what the sound is like here. Back with. See if they actually put in new gear. Okay. Sound is good. Usually the last patch's gear is like the new gear that you can get for just the tombstones. Nope, still got the tombstones of mathematics. What was I going for anyway? I have the... I still need to upgrade this, but cruiser's headgear. There's the Historia. Oh yeah, I don't like the Historia. It's dumb looking. Ah, is this one right here? I have 2 of these. I would need 4. I got this headpiece, obviously. Got the earring, ring, gorget. Need the bangle. Pretty much everything else. I've got none of these. I only have 1 of these. I would need 2. And as previously stated, I don't like anything but where's the painter one? That one. It's the only one I like. The rest of them are just impossible to freaking understand. For me, anyway. For everybody else, I'm sure it's fine. But for me, it's impossible. So. But it doesn't look like there's any new gear. I didn't think there would be. Ooh. I don't... Maybe. They did bring it over. Oh. So I was right. Oh, no. This is, I got you. Okay, yeah. This is like the... You get these things and you exchange them for that. So you still have to get... These are the augmentations. I'm an idiot. No. So we'd still have to get this stuff here. Obviously, I've got all these. This is the easy stuff. But I would need to go... What are these? Reagents and stuff. Gotcha. So I would need to go for this, obviously. Or the cruiserweight. I mean, this cap is still better than the one I'm wearing, which is insane to me to think about. Because I worked my ass off to get this thing, and this cap is still better. I just don't like the look of it, that's all. And I'm trying to stick to, you know, sticking with the gear, with the way it looks, you know, just flat out instead of transmogging it. But, I mean, this would definitely be gear I'd transmog because it looks ugly. Like, look at this. Look at that. Get rid of the bow. It would have been better. Like, I just don't like the bow. It looks gay, man. Like, I don't... Like, I get it. He's a scholar, you know? But, like, get rid of the bow and it looks better. Everything else is, like, it's pants, it's gloves, it's whatever. Even the pants are ugly. Oh, my God. But... You know, I look dope right now, but I'll have to transmog. I might just work. I might get that stuff and just transmog because that stuff is way. It's blowing my mind that stuff is better than the cruiser gear. Obviously, this would be the better gear that you'd want to get. This is the level at which you want to get the gear here, right? It's the cruiserweight, but it's just a better version of it. So like this is plus 21, right? Where I think this is plus 11? 10. So the higher tier version, the 760 to 765, obviously would be better. But it blows my mind that even this headpiece is not, and that's raid gear. is not better than this, because this stuff is 750, whereas that stuff is 740. So I don't know. I suppose we can work towards that. Might as well, right? We're almost capped off at 2,000. We can get maybe a couple of pieces, but we're gonna. As bad as it looks, I'll just transmog it. I'll transmog it to look like the Underkeep stuff, which looks so good. It's so badass. Sort this stuff. Where's the... Oh, then there's the hood there. But where's the Underkeep headpiece? Oh, that is... Okay, there it is. The hood is so much better, though, so I'd probably use the hood, to be honest. I seriously can't believe my freaking... The right stick on my very expensive controller is already going out. I know I play games a lot, but, like, come on, bro. Okay, so no new gear. Probably not even a new raid. Actually, let's take a look. Can I look at it in game or what? Let's go to the lodestone. I can't wait for this. This is gonna be good. Oh, I'll be partaking in this too. They say early October. I'm sure it's gonna clash with Battlefield, but we'll do this on the weekend. Where's 7.3? I'm gonna look at the patch notes for 7.3 here. Here we go. Okay. Or not. Hold on. Okay, so we got the promise of tomorrow. Can I make this full screen? Nope. Patch notes. Oh wait, there was... Okay, we don't actually have to read the whole patch notes. We can just read the... Or we go down the list here. New challenges. Echoes of Vanadil. Sandoria. The Second Walk. Yuktel now plays host to a rift in reality, connecting our world to that of Vanadil and the city of Juno. And it is there in this land that bygone heroes and forgotten adventurers that a new threat rises. New dungeon, the Meso Terminal. Nice. So we get a new dungeon. A new trial. The Ageless Necropolis. The mortal fear of death is channeling into a prayer for the coming of the primal Necron. A new Unreal trial. Right, Unreal is the highest difficulty, right? A treasure dungeon. I don't even know what that is. That's the first time I've ever heard of that. Crystalline Conflict gets a new map, it looks like. Weapon enhancement quest. Phantom weapons. Phantom weapons? Well, this is 7.31. Okay, so this is what they're showing us what's coming in the later versions of 7.3. Ah. Okay. Okay, so Alliance Raid Dungeon is right here. Echoes of Vanadil. Alright, let's read the patch notes here. I'm curious. Targeted Tragedy. That's the main quest line. Chronicles of a New Era quests have been added. First, complete the Chronicles of a New Era quest, Dreams of Paradise, to access this NPC. Tutorials have been added to quests with certain objectives. New chapters have been added to New Game Plus. New items are available in exchange for bi-colored gemstones from the Gemstone Trader NPC Kajilja and Tuliolal. Following additions and judgment made to the treasure maps. Treasure hunts using gargantuous skin treasure maps are exclusive to Living Memory, while rewards from the treasure chests unearthed using this map are the same as Brackskin treasure maps. Yeah, I'm not familiar with treasure dungeons. It's an 8-player dungeon. Okay, so it's from Gargantuous Skin Treasure Maps. I think I've gotten a couple of those, or I've come across them. I don't know. New housing. I wish I could actually have a house. That's an impossibility. New prizes. Following character voices have been added to Domon Mahjong. Well, pretty standard it looks. Pretty standard. But we got a new trial, new dungeon, new alliance raid. Sorry, I was off in my own little world. Shall we get started? Are you alright, Geode? Me? I'm well enough, given the circumstances. It was the Queen's fondest wish that her subjects remain shielded from the horrors of death, and so they were for the longest time. Then, the moment morality once again becomes an unavoidable fact of life, they're greeted with an outbreak of bloody violence. Many are bound to give the endless alternative serious considerations. Indeed, I do not blame them for that. It is only natural that such thoughts should come to mind. What I cannot forgive is the way Calyx wields fear and misery to manipulate people into making that choice. No one, not Calyx nor anyone else, should dictate how we cope with the specter of death. As one who lived as an Alexandrian, I wish to put the choices for this country's future back into the hands of its citizens. And you think we can handle that responsibility after everything you've seen of us? It is what I've seen that has convinced me you can. I awoke 4 centuries later to find our people living and laughing beneath Alexandria's banner. Though surprised and bewildered, I was overjoyed to see it so. You all deserve to be happy. Well then. We'd best not let you down. Now, I suggest we move as a group. We don't know if or when a battle might find us. Oh, I believe someone came prepared for just such an eventuality. Is she a summoner? Is that a grimoire you retrieved from the old castle? Yes, my parents gifted it to me when I was a child. They were adamant that I should learn to protect the things important to me. I was fortunate enough to have a tutor in the arcane arts, so I lay claim to some small measure of skill. Dude, I knew I liked her. If that's the case, it might be better if we split into 2 groups after all. It would certainly be more efficient for information gathering. I want Sphene in my group. I guess that makes sense. The 2 of you can take the west side of the recreation zone then. Nice. Oh, damn it. Never mind. She's not in my group. Valtamont and I will take the east. Very well. We shall end our patrol in the plaza just past True View and wait you there. Damn. I wanted Sphene in my group. Let's do the rounds then. We'll see what's what and chat to the people we meet along the way. Pay special attention to anyone who looks overwhelmed or overly excited. Hopefully that will earn us a tidbit or 2 we didn't know before. One or more NPCs accompany you. You must keep them at your side. The same area NPCs accompany you will remain at your side even when using teleport and Ethernet. It is possible to ride mounts or swim while escorting NPCs. Please note, however, they will not appear at your side until you dismount or leave the water. You may also speak with NPCs escorting... Okay, so they basically just upgraded the look of these tutorials here. They'll follow you no matter what. Let me just do this first. Ah, the memories. I used to drink around here all the time. I made sure not to overdo it when I had work the next day, but once we were past the busy season, or when the ladies weren't amenable to my company, well, you'd have to scrape me off the street outside in the morning, or afternoon. The worst I ever got was on what should have been the worst day of my life. If only I could remember it. I was still wearing a regulator back then. It was also the day I first met Shale, although I guarantee she's forgotten it completely. Probably wants to. Are the sentries and air wheelers safe to be around now? I just know it's going to happen again, and maybe next time I'll be the one who dies in a horrible accident. I need a Neo-regulator. Becoming endless is the only way. Even Queen Sphene said so. That wasn't her. It wasn't her at all. You want to hear my story? Well, while I appreciate you offering a sympathetic ear, there's not much to tell. If you must know, a good friend of mine died when those machines went crazy. His air-wheeler dropped right out of the sky, and he didn't survive the crash. Damn fool wasn't wearing a regulator. I know that's not so strange these days, but he'd never bothered with one. He was at peace with the idea of dying someday, and I thought I understood what that meant until it happened. You'll understand it when you die. What has me in such a fine mood, you ask? Well, I've just registered my new regulator. I was leery of becoming nothing but memories at first, but now that I've gone through with registration, I've never felt more at ease. Also, once it is done, the regulator displayed the current numbers. Of 5,000 slots available, over 3,800 have already been filled. So if you're still hesitant, you've not much time to make up your mind. Mark my words, friend, when there's only a few slots left, it's going to get very ugly. Valtamont, a word. I feel like there was a new factor in these stories we've heard. One we hadn't considered during a discussion with everyone in the back room. That's a point of concern, don't get me wrong, but I think we're acutely aware of it already. Yes, that's it. The vast majority of residents have always worn regulators, so it's not a detail we'd normally think about. With the supply of souls cut off, though, more and more people have been going without them. We need to look into the casualties from the recent attacks and check whether or not they were equipped with regulators. Let's ask around on the street over to the east. It was pretty chaotic at the time, but maybe we'll find eyewitnesses who can help us confirm if this was a pattern or not. You got it, bub. that? Right around the outside, other side. Might as well just run it. Yeah, it really took him a long time to get 7.3 out. It was once my job to deliver goods by hover cargo. That's why I know a fair number of names and faces throughout the city. The little ones who jumped for joy when I brought them packages, the old lady who'd always greet me with a smile. I hate for anything bad to happen to them. Yeah, well, bad things happen to good people all the time. It is our job to make it happen less. Hello, how are you today? Please let me know if I may be of service. Tell me your name. Citywide casualty data unavailable. Government officials are currently processing reports from all affected zones. Can you narrow it down to the recreation zone then? You must have some estimates on hand. Recalibrating parameters. Injured, 87 individuals. Casualties, 19 individuals. Casualties equipped with regulators, 0. Okay. So nobody was equipped with a regulator. You wish to know if the people who died in the machine rampage were wearing regulators? I'm sorry, but I was assigned to clearing away debris. I didn't see any of the deceased. No bodies were present by the time I arrived, so I assumed the ushers had already done their work. I do remember there being patches of white dust scattered about that were quite a chore to clean up, but nothing else worthy of mention. Valdemont, I think it's time we rejoined Kryl and Sphene. I was half joking with my boast to Shale, but we may have stumbled upon something major here. We should share our findings and keep pursuing this avenue of inquiry. Didn't Kryl say to meet them in the plaza just outside of Trueview? Let's get going. That is what she said. So essentially, you're saying that the people who were killed by malfunctioning machines weren't wearing regulators? Well, the numbers are still tentative, and only applied to that one zone. We don't know how they'll stack up against the overall data, but this is definitely more than a coincidence. I think it's safe to say that anyone who removed their regulator was a priority target. Now that you mention it, the person I was treating for injuries wasn't wearing one either. But why? Why are they being targeted over everyone else? Maybe he's trying to make a point. Based solely on the lack of a neo-regulator, we cannot judge if a person has no desire to become endless, or if they simply failed to acquire one of the limited devices. But those who wear no regulator at all, they have clearly rejected the old system of using souls to revive themselves. Put another way, they have chosen to live their lives in the knowledge that death is an inevitability. The chances that such resolute people would wish to become endless are far lower, I would imagine. And so Calyx has chosen those least likely to accept his vision as victims to stoke fear and panic. But there was no need to kill anyone. With the way things were, the people were already fearful enough. He could have found thousands Could have found 5,000 willing citizens without all this madness. You make a good point. Perhaps this sowing of terror is in service to another scheme, or he had some other need for the lives he's taken. What of the dust found at various sites? Right, the sanitation worker's story. She saw no bodies but mentioned piles of white dust. Dust but no bodies? Now where have I heard that before? Do you recall when we went to save Erinville from the sentries in the outskirts? That Usher Malachite told us much the same thing. When I arrived, I found no bodies, only a pile of dust, which the wind quickly scattered. Confused, I questioned the residents, but no one knew what had become of it. That both stories speak of missing remains is suspicious enough, but the shared mention of this dust is too much to ignore. In that case, we should confirm if this substance was present at other sites, and attempt to ascertain its nature. Following this thread may lead us not only to an explanation for the missing bodies, but also the intent behind Calix's murderous actions. Hello? Valtamont, we need your help. I've lost control over the soldiers in the residential area. They might be trying to hurt people again. Oblivion members are on their way now, but are you close enough to join them? Right away. Damn it. Our new investigation will have to wait. Let's go!
Stay back! Stay away from me!
Leave him alone!
Are you all right?
I'd be like, better now that you're here.
A sentry walked into my apartment, even though I'd locked the door and everything. I managed to run, but the man who tried to save me...
No weapons, which is to be expected, considering all the sentries were meant to be disarmed. Yet it was ordered to attack all the same, even if that meant using its bare hands.
I'll leave matters here to you. I'm going to do a sweep of the surrounding area.
Do you know anyone else in this sector who no longer wears a regulator?
Oh, I don't think I've seen Isadora and her boy with theirs recently.
Go to them, quickly! way!
I'll be fine. But Isadora's in bad shape. Mother! Mother, please!
Isadora! Oh, thank goodness. She wasn't struck anywhere vital.
I'm sorry. If only I'd gotten here sooner.
Everything will be all right. I promise to make your mother better.
Thank you, miss. Will she sleep like that forever?
No, not forever. She'll wake soon, I'm sure of it.
That's good to hear. Thank you for saving her.
The Promise of Tomorrow. 7.3, baby, let's go! All right. I'm gonna take another quick bathroom break, refill my drink, and I'm gonna get my laundry because I'm doing that as well. So I'll be right back. Alrighty. Let us continue. Nope, wrong person, dude. Forgive me, I was reckless. You shouldn't have had to waste time tending my wounds as well. Did you see our other comrade back there? He stayed behind in the lobby, but I heard the sounds of fighting. He? I'm sorry, he must have fallen protecting the residents. Tenacity, skill speed, vitality, direct hit rate, spell speed, vitality. I mean, I don't really need any of this except for like a bonus increase. So I'll go with the currency, as always. Let me pull up my... I always forget my skill tree. Crit, direct, determination, spell speed. Okay, so I want critical hit first. I gotta put that list somewhere. Our comrade, do you think he may have been struck down? If he is wounded or worse, I should go to him. Wait, please. It isn't safe, and you still need rest. Would you stay with Milos and watch over Isadora for me? We will tend to your friend. Thank you. Please be careful yourself. Oh, please. I have summons. Giant beasts that do my bidding. We'll be fine. Isadora is going to be alright then? I'm so glad. I've just finished my ministrations here. Our Oblivion comrade was beyond saving, I'm afraid. Aw. But he died protecting somebody. That brave soul, he gave his life to save another. He died protecting me. I don't understand why any of this is happening. That sentry was behaving normally like any other. Then, all of a sudden, it tried to kill me. Weapons or no, Kayles commanded them to commit murder. Oh yeah, they're machines. They don't need weapons to kill people. Is it over? We came as soon as Wayakwi sent word. I am sorry. By the time we arrived, it was already too late. Then Geode could be in trouble too. Once we have this radius locked down, we need to find him. But why? Has something happened? Possibly. We're not sure what, but he stopped responding to our communications. We need to prioritize securing the residential sector, though, at least until we regain control over the sentries. Then we should search for Geode. I agree. Since most Oblivion members have sworn off regulators, if our theory holds true, then they could be prime targets for the next attack. Please do what you can to shepherd the residents to safety, but avoid the sentries at all costs. Our thanks. Here, take these communicators. Another attachment for my earpiece? Jeez. We've made modifications to them to prevent Calyx from intercepting the signal, and we've been using them to coordinate movements with allies in the vicinity. Wayakwi has one too, so I'll ask her to help hailing Geode, or keep hailing Geode. Good luck, and stay safe. Geode said he would sweep the surrounding area, so he shouldn't have ventured too far. Let's get going. Alright, I just gotta change something real quick here. And this should be... Oh. I mean, maybe I should just put it, instead of the complete edition, just do Reborn. I don't know. I wish they would add the expansions into the list. You see no sign of Geode. Perhaps you should search further to the east. Perhaps. Perhaps I should take a sip. Geode. Geode, answer me. There's no response. Perhaps you should continue your search further to the east. I guess we'll just keep going east. I need a toothpick. I'll be right back. You see no sign of Geode. The neighboring residential radius would be the next logical place to look.
This is the only place left. Let them be safe.
Geode, are you there? Answer me, please!
I'm here. Sorry for the long silence. I've been busy.
Oh, you're alive! Thank the gods! Where are you now?
The radius next door. The lobby is secure. I'll scout the second floor. Then I'll join... Dust.
Dust? What are you talking about? What's happening?
They're not just collecting souls. They're draining the bodies of corporeal ether. The dust that we saw was all that was left of the victims. They must have modified the soul cells. Shit.
You can't be here! You need to run, now! A trap! Take care of the others, eh?
No sign of him so far. This way, maybe? Geode!
A shame. I had hoped to leave here with at least one more cell's worth of ether. But seeing how eager you are to interfere, I shall cut this foray short.
Calyx. What could you possibly stand to gain from these atrocities?
Ether sufficient to generate 5,000 endless. How would you acquire it?
How would I?
Until I have the key, the reflections are closed to me. Thus do I make do with the sources at hand. 7% of Alexandria's current population will yield the energy to convert 5,000 into endless. With 11%, operations could continue unabated for 800 years. Our bodies are fated to decay sooner or later. These ones refuse the gift of eternal life, so what difference does it make if I return them to ether now? I will not waste time and resources on meaningless conflict. This unit cannot offer you worthwhile resistance. Instead, I pose a question. Would you hand over the key if I promise to halt my harvest?
You would only seek other victims.
It was foolish of me to even ask. I return to my work then. There is much to do if I must take the key by force.
You know, it's silly in the grand scheme of things, I know. We get to a location, there's possible enemies that we have to fight. I pull out a book, she pulls out a painter's palette. Like, come on, dude, it's so... They're not even weapons. It's funny, though. But it looks like we lost Geode. I knew that was gonna happen. I knew it, dude. I'm like, that old man's a decoy. It's gotta be. Sure enough, it was. It was. I knew we were losing Geode right there. This pile of dust, these ashes, and the soul cell he left behind. Was that his twisted way of returning Geode to us? Damn you, Calyx. Damn you and your careless cruelty. He was our friend. Even so, some might say every death was justified if it meant 5,000 Endless could continue their immortal lives. And if a Reflection's stolen aether allowed for many more Endless, why, that too would be a noble sacrifice for the greater good. Who could think like that? Not I. Certainly not I. We know only too well. There is naught noble in this sacrifice. We have to stop him. We have to find Calyx and put an end to this madness as soon as possible. And under no circumstances can we let the key fall into his possession, Valtamont. It falls to us. We will thwart his plans here in Alexandria before he can terrorize innocents and Reflections elsewhere. I feel like Calyx is going to be like the raid at the end of 7.5 or something. If he's not, this is going to be kind of like, what the hell? We should return to the back room. Shale and the others need to know what happened. She's not going to be happy. Yes, I'll ask Wayakui to meet us there as well. How much you want to bet we're going to find out that they were a thing? I knew I came back too early.
Our dear Geode. The soldiers. If only I'd been able to control them.
This isn't your fault, Gololja. The blame lies with Calyx, and with him alone. It's all so senseless. Why force his plans upon us when we're already happy? Living our lives. What does he even think life is? I'll never forgive Calyx for doing this. Or myself for being powerless to stop him. Wait, where are you going? To clear my head. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid.
Stay here and get some rest. I'll make sure Nostalgia stays out of trouble.
Thank you.
Things would have been far worse if you and Geode hadn't rushed in there. Many people are still alive because of you. And after adding what you discovered to the leads we've dug up, I'm hopeful we can determine where Calyx is hiding. But not right now. We need time before we can move on. Just a little time.
Oh, Geode.
Damn. That's tough, man. Another comrade gone. Some days it's almost more than I can bear. Geode was... he was an older brother to nostalgia and me. Oh, never mind. Shale knew him longer, though, and is surely taking it the hardest. And that's on top of what happened with Kafkiwa. Do you think you could check on her? See how she's doing? She likes to put on a brave face if it's me or my sister. Apologies, my mind was elsewhere. We need to press on with the hunt for Calyx, but I can't seem to focus. I should be better than this, I know. As you said, you need time to work through it. You're right. I ought to heed my own words. As it stands, I am of no use to anyone. Kafkiwa used to say the best thing to do with grief was to let it all out. So, I think I'll take myself over to Earth and Sky and say my goodbyes to Geode. Why don't you come along? I could use someone to blubber to if you've a shoulder to spare. Not a problem. Just don't poke your head on my pauldron. Right then. Let's get out of Everkeep for a bit. I mean, she's basically, it's kind of crazy. She's basically holding Geode's soul, essentially, is what that's it. What's going on there? It's a fair trek on foot, so I've arranged for a couple of air-wheelers. They've had their communication modules removed, so even Calyx couldn't be able to seize control of them, or shouldn't be able to. Say the word and we'll set off. Dude, hell yeah. I just wish I could afford one. Those things are 7.5 million gil. Ready? We'll be flying close to the pylons, so follow my lead. I don't have to do anything. Good. These air-wheelers are Genold's babies. You won't find a smoother ride in all of Everkeep. Dude, I want one so badly. For years now, I've been taking one out for a turn whenever I needed to lighten my mood. Sometimes Geode would come along too, and we'd end up racing. Does that surprise you? Our friendship always had a competitive edge. We would often talk about how one day we might fly our wheelers outside the dome. Almost there. Be sure the ground is clear before you touch down. That helped clear my head a touch. You know, Valtimont, you might be the first person I've ridden with who wasn't an Oblivion recruit. As far as I remember, at least. The memories of my regulator days aren't exactly reliable. Come on, let's head inside. Hopefully the way will be clear of pests today. I mean, even if there are, we can definitely kill them. Speaking of pests, I knew I was missing something. Get Carbuncle out here. I'm not under attack. They are under attack. See? Overkill, I know, but who cares? Thanks. We can usually avoid such encounters, but sometimes they wander in and block the only path. Not that it's slowed you down at all. I've never seen you fight up close before, and the surveillance feed clearly doesn't do it justice. Oh, you're just saying that. Hopefully that keeps the route clear for a while, shall we? Oh, she's getting sweet on your boy. Elf to elf.
Whenever we lost a comrade, the three of us would come back here to reminisce. Me, Geode, and Kafkiwa. Will you raise a glass?
To Geode's memory.
Oh!
What are the two of you doing here?
I had a feeling you'd show up. Would you like to join us?
I suppose I could spare a moment. They tell us Oblivion's founders disappeared some decades ago under mysterious circumstances, and it was Kafkiwa who revived our organization. You and Geode helped her with that, didn't you? Tell us more about it. You're keen to know too, right? What they were like back then, the mad things they got up to, that sort of thing.
Those were the days. It was actually right before the Reformation that I met Geode. I still wore a regulator then. I had recently lost someone close to me. I'd also quit a long stint as an adapter to work at a bar of all places. It paid me to sit with patrons and keep them company. So Geode came in one night. It wasn't long before we got into an argument. First-time customer, but tempers flared. And then one of us threw a punch.
You got into a fist fight? What were you even arguing about?
Damned if I know. We were deep in our cups. I think we were both just frustrated and angry at everything. By the end of it, we were both sprawled out in the street. Pair of drunken fools. Then this odd machine stopped to lecture us, scolding us for obstructing the foot traffic and not taking better care of ourselves.
I can't imagine you ever being in such a sorry state. The odd machine, that was Kafkiwa, I take it?
That it was. Once she was done upbraiding us for our unseemly behavior, she launched into a recruitment pitch. Kafkiwa explained that she wanted to protect the outside world from Zoralja's invasion, to keep him from bringing ruin to the place her beloved son lived. And if we were so intent on self-destruction, then perhaps we might consider risking our hides for a just cause. It was a lot to take in. I hadn't given much thought to what lay beyond the barrier, and learning that Kafkiwa herself was already dead was enough to make my head spin. But Geode and I were intrigued by her ideas, and wanted to see this future of hers come to pass.
Geode often spoke of it. He told me that meeting Kafkiwa was what first taught him the value of remembering people.
Like he was sharing a holy revelation.
Oh, but back then you hadn't yet taken on Oblivion's name, had you?
Is that so? I just assumed.
It hadn't been Kafkiwa's intention to carry on Oblivion's legacy, nor adopt the cause your parents championed. Not initially, at least. She wasn't even aware such an organized resistance existed. She did, however, suspect the presence of other dissidents, those who objected to resurrecting the memories of the dead in defiance of the natural order. In the hopes of identifying like-minded comrades, we began searching the core system for traces of unauthorized access, and that's how we found it. An anomalous sector in the back of the Neon Stein. According to Melancholy, the door to that mystery had remained firmly shut since she took over the business.
The back room.
The back room. We forced our way in, only to discover that the hideout had long been abandoned. Although the occupants were gone, the equipment they'd left behind contained records of a group calling itself Oblivion. After reading through their exploits and their vision for the future, we made the decision to carry on their work.
Thus were my parents' and Kafkiwa's hopes bound together.
And carried onward by Shale and Geode.
We could never have made it this far on our own, of course. Not without the strength of arms you and your friends provided. Losing comrades is a hard thing, but being here, thinking back on the moments we shared, I can see their smiles, hear their laughter. I feel their presence, and I know they're still with us. But these memories of mine are for me alone. Reminders of why I chose to do this, and why I'll stay the course. Right. Time we got back to work. Thank you, everyone.
No, it's me who should be thanking you. Though the pain is still deep, I don't feel like I'm drowning in it anymore. Let's get out there and put a stop to Calyx. For you, for me, and for everyone who's ever believed in Oblivion.
Aw, that was a nice moment. I appreciate you helping me through this. And not only the grief, you've helped me see that my comrades mean even more to me than I realized, which only fuels my determination. I'll be spending every waking moment working to bring Calyx to account for his crimes. I'll do my part, then you do yours. Oblivion needs you. Notice how, all of a sudden, all the people who complained about the fact that Dawntrail was about somebody other than the main character, your main character, I should say, now all of a sudden, it seems like the patches have gone back to like, oh, now your character is the center of attention. So people really got it up in arms for nothing. It's just, people just really are something else. Alright, yeah, quick tongue. Bum 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 bum. It's time I went back to locating Calyx's lair. I have a new strategy in mind, but it remains to be seen if it will aid in narrowing down the possibilities. I'll ask Carl for help. I want to re-examine the data, starting with that of her parents. After all, they were the first to break away from preservation and establish an organized resistance with Oblivion. There must be something in there that can point us in the right direction. What are your plans, Valtamont? Apparently answering a phone call. Valtamont, is that you? Apologies for calling suddenly. You can call me anytime. I've been making the rounds in the outskirts, and I cannot help but feel as though something is amiss. Might I ask you to join me? Your perspective would be most appreciated. It can wait until you finish attending to Shale, of course. It seems your plans have been decided for you. Go on. I have others to speak with before I return to the back room. Others? Where? I don't see anybody here. Oh. There's 2 people in here. 3 people. Yeah, I don't know why that... Why am I running? I don't know why that mount... The air wheeler just costs so much money. 7.5 mil. I might have come close to spending that amount over the course of my playtime in this game, but I've never actually had that much in my account. Valtamont, thank you for coming. As I mentioned, I would benefit from your worldly experience. She's calling me wise. I am a kind god. Perhaps it is my imagination, but the townspeople appear to be acting oddly. That is, even considering the current state of affairs. Yet, as I am yet unfamiliar with the outskirts, I thought you might be better equipped to judge if their behavior is unusual or not. Look at the way they're dressed, of course it is. Would you speak with them and see what you think? Though I hope to be proven wrong, I fear something is not right here. Go with that. Instincts are usually useful. I've been wanting to look up to see if there's a way I might be able to actually fix these sticks instead of having to spend $20 a pop every single time one of them decides to drift. You're not wearing a regulator. Don't you know the end is coming? Well, it's your life to lose. Me? I got myself one of those neo-regulators and registered a little while ago. As soon as I did, a display appeared showing the number of registered users. Right now it's sitting at 4,186. The upper limit was 5,000, wasn't it? Seems the total shot up right after those machine malfunctions. It's only a matter of time before everyone's registered. I pity those who weren't chosen, but I'm going to be an endless. I'm going to evolve and live happily ever after. Some people, it's still debated to this day, even in real life, of course, that living forever has more negatives to it than benefits. Sure, you get to live forever and see the world evolve and change, You know, you could probably live for 10,000 years and see just a ridiculous difference in the way humanity does things. But at the same time, it's like you never die, but everybody else around you does. So it's like, it's not really a great life. Oh, please tell me you brought more Neo-regulators. Officially, they've all been handed out already, but I've heard rumors there are a few left over. Surely the government still has some? Or perhaps Queen Sphene? I may not look it, but I was a hunter once. Back then, I hardly gave death a second thought, but now that I know the truth, it's all I can think about. There has to be a way to hold on. There has to. You can try. Yeah, I took one of these out before, and it doesn't look like there's any way to open it up and fix it, but I'm going to see if it's possible. I would rather try and fix my joystick than order another one. Because I would just like changing your tires or brakes or headlights or anything on your car, I'm just going to order 2 and replace them both because they've both gotten the same amount of time. Greetings. I remember when you visited with Queen Sphene. Come to check on our well-being, have you? Well, I can say that things are rather stressful out here as well. Without knowing if or when our machinery might turn murderous, the specter of death is ever present. People are terrified, and the clamor for Neo-regulators has reached a fever pitch. I, personally, was fortunate to have claimed a new device early on, and have long since completed the registration. Death has no hold over me now. Now I must begin my prayers. The darkness draws closer, grows deeper, and we must cast it out. You know, for a man of faith, putting a lot of faith in that Neo-regulator and the random people giving it to you. See, this is why, even in real life, question everything. Because you don't know who's telling you the truth. And in this world, these people think that Queen Sphene is actually telling them the truth. This Sphene should just come out and say, and show people, hey, I'm the real Queen Sphene, that's an imposter, but they may not believe her. So what do you think? Was I right to worry? The fear is palpable. Yes, that is exactly it. The people are overwhelmed by uncertainty and fear. And with each new registration, that fear inside them grows more insistent. How long until it drives them into full-blown panic? That's a pretty sick gear set there. Valtamont, can you come to resolution? We have a problem. I'm already here with Lamachi and Alfino. Gotta get the stupid words out of my mouth. It sounds like she wants us there in a hurry. We should go.
Yes, let us go and find out what is going on.
What's happened? Sorry to drag you out here, but I thought it best you see for yourself.
Death is your constant companion. Though you toil with diligence, death may come ere your reward is bestowed. Though your grand works be poised for completion, death may come ere you wake the following morn. Though you enjoy a life of peace and good fortune, death needs but one instant to claim you. Your bodies are weak. Your heart, your brain, every fragile organ rolls the dice from moment to moment. Sheer chance deciding if they function or fail. Be you stoic or generous or righteous, no virtues tip the scales in that fatal reckoning. The choice is made without reason. The end is cloaked in terror. That
is what it means to die.
The announcement began after we finished our meeting with Gossen. As for its source, well...
Alex.
There is no shame in being afraid. It is that very fear which will drive you to conquer death. Let us set a new course for mankind. Let us preserve our existence unto perpetuity. Hope for it, wish for it, pray for it. We will become endless. With evolution's brilliance, will we banish the ever-present darkness of mortality.
Change isn't easy. No one ever wants to take the first step. But this is the right path for us. What other way could there be? I'm gonna do it. I'm going to register.
Wow, Wuklamat! You couldn't have come at a better time. Please, you have to let us move to Tuliyolal.
It's too dangerous to stay here. Who knows when the next century will turn on us? Even if we wanted to become endless, there are no more neo-regulators to be had. Fleeing is our only option.
If the solution was as simple as leaving, then we'd all have left already. Did you not hear the announcement? For the living, death is a foregone conclusion. No matter where we go, or who we shelter with, we won't get another chance like this to overcome our fate.
Easy for you to say when you have that regulator.
The Landsguard are on their way as we speak, and arrangements have been made to see that you all will be safely evacuated. Tuliyolal will aid you in whatever way we can. So please, remain calm.
I want to help Alexandria. I want to save its people. But what can I do? I am not their queen.
I'm not quite understanding what she means that she's not their queen. She literally is. Maybe she feels like they've moved on without her, I guess? Calyx has access to the core system, which means that if he chooses to do so, or chose to do so, he could deploy the soldiers beyond the barrier. Even if our people learn to live with death and decide to leave the dome behind, they will not be beyond his reach. Yet if it serves to allay their fears even a little, I beg you, Wuklamat, please let them shelter in Tuliyolal. We will welcome any and all who want to come. We've already begun evacuations, and we'll be able to pick up the pace once the Landsguard arrives. In which case, we had best spread out and keep an eye on the crowds. The mood is tense, and we must prepare for possible violence. If you happen to determine where Calyx is hiding, though, we'll be ready to move at a moment's notice. Surely we'll find a clue of some kind soon. He can't elude us forever.
Surely not.
Violence and fear. This is not the future she envisioned for her nation. Nope, and she's standing right there and heard you say that. All I'm saying is she should just come out and tell people who she is. I'm sure they'll actually accept her because she is their queen still. Tuliyola would gladly welcome every last Alexandrian with open arms. But what of the nation the late queen was so desperate to preserve? What of that bright haven of peace and laughter? Wuklamat. I won't stand here and let her legacy be sullied any further. I will protect Alexandria. That was the promise I made her at last. But she betrayed you, did she not? Why do you feel this obligation? I'm confused. This is Queen Sphene, right here. That was not the real Queen Sphene? I don't know. I'm so confused right now. I saw myself in her, I suppose. We both felt the people's joy as our own, yet alone we lacked the strength to protect them. There is so much that I love in this world, too much for me to take in my arms and keep safe. And that made me afraid. I needed someone who shared that love and fear, so together we could do what we couldn't by ourselves. Or maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe I just wish that we could have been friends. So when she turned to me in her final hour, desperate to safeguard Alexandria's future, I swore that I would see it done. In the end, I think you both found the friend you needed. I would be yours as well, Sphene. Whenever you fall or struggle to rise, I'll come running to the rescue. And you do the same for me. That's how we'll protect the things we love. That's how we'll protect Alexandria. You're right. You're right. And don't forget about me. Ladies. How could we? We'd not be here where we are now without you. Hey-oh. It's back to me. Right. We got a bit sidetracked there. We should probably be on our way. Do we patrol or see if Shale needs a hand? There you all are. Galulja. Ah, splendid. We were afraid we'd miss you. Alize and the others said you were here. Good news, Valtamont. We finally found a chink in Calyx's armor. We discovered laboratories on Everkeep's 10th level that once housed a preservation initiative. Containment Complex 10-29, it's called, and it's been falsely registered as a distribution center. In reality, it hasn't recorded any traffic in decades. We don't think this is where Calyx is hiding as such, but it may well contain clues that will point us in the right direction. I'm sorry it took so long just to get this far. If you're interested, what do you say we all go and check it out together? Thank you for all your hard work. This is a huge step forward. Heh, and up. We need to take the lift to get to the complex. Oh, I get what he was doing. She said forward, he said up. Okay. I've cleared this expedition with the relevant authorities and have one of our people waiting to operate said lift. Let's not keep her waiting. Alright, we're going back into the dungeon. You know, besides Galulja, I'm just surrounded by ladies. I'm a popular guy. Turn, damn it. Oh, there we go.
So this is one of Preservation's laboratories.
It's so dark I can barely see.
Just a moment. If I can reroute the power to the circuit...
You got the lights working!
Smell how stale the air is. This room hasn't been in use for many years.
It was thanks to Kryl and Galulja that we managed to locate this place.
You may remember that my earring contained the control code for the gate to the Golden City. As it was Preservation that constructed the portal, we reasoned that the code to operate it might include a signature of some sort, unique to their organization.
So I took a closer look, and a line-by-line examination yielded a string of symbols identifying the code's author. We then began accessing the nodes for every door in Everkeep, seeking out control codes which contained those same symbols. After a grueling search, we finally discovered our prize behind door number 1860, the entrance to the facility in which we now stand. I'd probably still be at it if Galulja hadn't been around to assist me.
I took breaks, but Shale never stopped working. Not even once.
You're a treasure, Shale.
I can contribute precious little else, I'm afraid, but I appreciate your kind words. In any case, this next part will require your helping hands.
We need to spread out and search for something that may lead us to Calyx.
We're more than happy to help, of course. But I wonder, won't he realize we've found this place?
It's highly likely, and personally I hope he does.
You know, she's ready to kick this kid's ass. You all know our main objective. We're here to pick up Calyx's trail. And I've learned of a certain device that should help us do just that. I'll explain how we proceed, but according to the information I was able to dredge up, the device in question should have been installed in the director's office. Now, as far as where that might be, yes, this map matches my data. This room we're in is the Researchers' Commons, located in the western side of the complex. The director's office is to the northeast of here. So we should cut across this circular chamber in the middle, yes? Yes, we should, but unfortunately for us, the interior door is locked. We'll need a security key with the appropriate clearance to open it. Judging by the mechanism, it'll probably be a card of some kind. Can you know, work some electrope magic? I'll try my best, but this type of lock is well before my time. It may take a while to crack it. And in case I can't, you might want to look around and see if anyone left a security card behind. Considering the state of the place, it does seem like they abandoned it in some haste. I shouldn't be surprised if we found one. Very well. Let's get to searching, shall we? I expect we'll have the most luck looking where the researchers kept their personal belongings. You begin searching Containment Complex 1029. Close cooperation will be necessary to overcome the obstacles barring your path forward. Helpful hints will appear in a different color. Pay close attention to the information provided by your comrades should you find yourself unable to proceed. Okay. I was wondering why that was in different color. Personal belongings. Well, That would be... a desk organizer? I'm not sure where people get their personal belongings in this day and age. That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, this is all like office stuff, so. This appears to be the only desk with the drawers already open. You can tell at a glance that the desk's former owner has left some things behind. I thought maybe this might have been it, but I was like, I mean, you know, the recycling bin possibly too.
What? A pair of panties? This is weird.
You discover a card-shaped object. The electrope surface is marked with a bold level 1. Oh, could that be what we're looking for? Try it on the door and see if it opens. I would if you shut up. A scanning device. The card-shaped object you hold looks to be of a similar size to the scanner panel. Boop, boop, boop. You hold the card-shaped object of the scanner. Blah, 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 blah. It's open. You did it, Valtamont. It's always me. And a good thing, too. I was getting nowhere with that outdated circuit. I am curious, though. Why would they abandon a facility like this? It was run by a director, Demetrius. Or so that terminal told me there. Or so that terminal there told me. Oh my god, I can't read today. Or ever. Perhaps there are more answers to be had once we venture further inside. Then let's continue onwards. The door to the director's office is across the central hub. Scanner beep disapproval. No good? Maybe we need a different card. Yes, the scanner is demanding a level 3 security clearance to open the lock. As much as the delay chafes me, we'll just have to comb through the nearby rooms and hope we stumble upon the card we need. Let's start our search in the proto-lab. That door is already open, at least. We will find a way through together, Shale. I'm sure of it. I mean, eventually we'll have to find a way through it. I wonder which way the proto-lab is. The way this room is set up, the canister inserted into that large device looks to be a soul cell. Could this be where they conducted their experiments to create Endless? Oh, I forgot to bring my camera back. Ah, but we could possibly spend days investigating this complex. Finding a way into the director's office must take precedence. Speaking of which, Galulja mentioned a locker over in the corner that he couldn't open. Perhaps you could take a look. Why, because I'm a tall, masculine man and I can punch it open? Sure, why not? The locker door is shut tight, but the number pad suggests that inputting the correct combination will open it. You have yet to uncover any potential combinations. Perhaps speaking with your comrades will help progress your investigation. No. I'm just gonna like kind of skim through, see if there's any like numbers. These notes seem to be about the research they did here. Let's take a look. Experiment 148. Submitting inference candidate 201930 to be considered for efficiency procedure review. Experiment 158. Maximum value of 11,509 recorded. Comparative study to be included in the report. Alright then. Oh, and one more. Experiment 163. New proposal produced a result of 9834. Decreased value verified. Well, I have no idea what any of that means. Maybe it will make sense later on. I'm gonna guess that maybe we could try one of those. Please excuse my impatience. The means to track down Calyx are close, and I'm itching to get my hands on them. You mean you're itching to get your hands around his throat? Select the number keys on the pad to input a combination. Enter up to 5 digits, then press the confirm key. Oh, I see. Crap, I already forgot the... Well, how do I get out of this? Oh, cancel. There we go. I was like, what the hell? Alright, let's go back over. It's 5 numbers, which would be the second... It would be the second number here, 11509. Probably should have done that first so I knew how many numbers. 11509. The locker pops open. Inside you discover level 2 security card. But not level 3. But level 2 will probably get us into the door across the room. Which is what I'm guessing. Valtamont, you got the locker open. And you found another security card. Oh, but does that say level 2? We need a level 3, didn't we? Yes, but it should still open more doors for us to explore. You did well, Valtamont. Gee, thanks. I always look for your approval. These preservation members led such surprisingly normal lives. Leaving notes, losing their cards. I guess I imagined they'd be more... What's the word? Bloodless? Mechanical? My parents were once part of a preservation, if you'll recall. It would seem the researchers who agreed with Calyx and its philosophy underwent the conversion to endless entities. But I assume those who could not, or would not, eventually left the organization altogether. Oh, I almost forgot. The researchers kept journals in their data tablets. The one I read doesn't explain much, but something big happened in the complex, and afterwards it was decided that everyone would become endless. The writer was really happy about this. You could tell how much they admired Calyx and his work. The entries ended after that, but maybe you can read more in the other tablet there. I already did. Well, I didn't read it, but you know what I mean. Right, let's move this investigation to another room. Well, we have the Deutero lab and the maintenance facilities left to search. Both are accessed via the southeast corridor. So it's back to the hub and the locked door across the way, which will hopefully yield before our new security card. I'll take the old one, if you like. I doubt we'll have any more use of it. Okay, I gotta go run the dryer one more time. I'll be right back. Okay. So where should we go first? The Deutero lab or facilities? Let's start with the lab. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any power here. No, none at all. It's possible the energy supply for this room is on a separate conduit, which means there should be a contingency for opening the door. Look here, there's a sign above the card scanner. In case of emergency, backup power can be rerouted from the facilities. The facilities room is down the other branch of this corridor. Let's see about getting the power restored to the Deutero lab, shall we? Engaging power supply. No good. It's returning an error. There must be a preliminary procedure. According to this error code reference, if the power supply has been interrupted for an extended period of time, then we need to reconfigure both the emergency generator and the circuit control panels. Shale, that's the emergency generator over there, isn't it? Yes, and by the looks of it, it's the same model as the one used in Heritage Found. But how does it send power to the other lab? Ah, I see. The energy cable attached to the base of this terminal leads down the hall, directly to the Deutero lab. Which means we need a way to connect the generator to that cable. What about these patterns on the floor? Could this be the circuit we need to reconfigure? I believe you have the right of it. Using the control panels set in each of the tiles, we create an unbroken path for the power to follow. What I wouldn't give for an instruction manual. Indeed, if you could look around for any written procedures, I'll keep digging through the terminal's directories. Might I also ask someone to operate the generator? I can do it. I've used that type of machine before. Then would you be willing to try and reconfigure the circuit path, Valtamont? The rest of us can help by supplying Valtamont with whatever information we might be found on the circuitry configuration. I bet you I could just figure it out by trial and error. But I'm not going to do that. We'll just figure it out. I imagine Kryl might be the one to give me the information. These appear to be data logs from a former age. My scholarly interest is piqued by a few of the labels. But none are relevant to the task at hand. Never mind. I've also had no luck locating more security cards. We shall have to rely upon our backup power strategy, I'm afraid. Valtamont, take a look at this diagram. There's a note in the bottom left about backup power. Configure the 4 circuit control panels to provide an uninterrupted path. These symbols must represent the room we're in. If that square in the top left is Shale's terminal, then the bottom right should be the generator that Galulja is working on. Okay. It's hard to make out the rest. Assuming these are our 4 tile patterns, the bottom right is a square. Ah! I see. And the top right is half a circle? That's something to get you started, at least. Alright, so it was this way. You must arrange the 4 tile patterns in the correct positions, access the control panels, and configure the circuitry. Alright, this is supposed to be a square. This one's a circle. Alright. So we've already... Yeah, we literally could have just done this trial and error, dude. Seriously. We've already got 2, which means we just have to try the other 2 and find out which one does what. Actually, this may not be required since these 2 already connect to there. Alright. Well, square doesn't have that, so it would be a diamond. Boom. I just figured, oh, maybe diamond, because, you know, it's got the corners and it reaches there and there. This is completely pointless. Bottom left is pointless because it's already going to where we need to go, so. Unless they do need to actually all connect, which is probably the situation here. So that means that leaves the triangle. There you go. You have connected all the circuits. Inform your comrades of the successful reconfiguration. It worked. We did it, Valtamont. You mean I did it. The Deutero lab should now be fully powered. Well done, everyone. If I may, Shale, could we access a certain data log before moving on? I was checking the storage shelves and one of the labels caught my eye. Preservation, the early days is the title. She just can't help herself, can she? Of course. It'll only take a moment to bring up the contents. Ah, it looks to be a text-based account. I'll read it out loud. Preservation, an Alexandrian Institute for Technological Development, was founded by Calyx, an 11-year-old child prodigy. Approval for establishing the organization came during Alexandria's involvement in the Storm Surge, with Calyx's designs for new defensive solutions funded in large part by the Treasury. As the conflict grew in intensity and casualties mounted, Calyx funneled Preservation's resources towards the perfection of memory storage. Research into this field continued even after the Storm Surge came to an end, with Calyx eventually electing to preserve his own memories in a virtual domain. So he did it out of selfishness, really. So this account is from before he embraced his endless existence, hundreds of years ago. I met him only once before the Storm Surge began. I was attending my father, who was then the reigning king of Alexandria. Calyx could not have been more than 10 years of age and required constant treatment for his debilitating illness. Yet still he published theories so highly regarded that even the royal family was aware of his achievements. Life should not be lost to the injustice of death. Even now I can hear the single-minded will behind his words. So it was that when war came to our kingdom, my father was quick to commit his unwavering support to this somber youth and his proposals for preservation. Several years later, the ensuing violence brought the death of both my parents. Overwhelmed as I was by my sudden succession to the throne, I suspect they spared me the reports of endless research and other less urgent matters. So you had no way of knowing what kind of person Calyx was changing into. Did he ever change? I wonder. Perhaps he has ever been the type to value ideals over compassion, and I failed to see it at the time. Or perhaps he did change, but is still driven by those same deeply held beliefs. The morality is cruel and unjust, and his role is to deliver mankind from his fate. Whatever the case may be, we cannot allow him to shape our future. Let's press on, shall we? Why does everyone look to me? If I've done my job correctly, the door to the Deutero lab should be accessible now. I'll give everything a once-over just to be sure. The energy current seems stable enough. Still, you should let me handle this one. The security card, if you please. Oh, and a quick prayer that a shorted wire doesn't burn me from the inside out. I mean, you know, It's a bit graphic, but okay. Bum, 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 bum. Right, I'll get this door open. Smooth as silk. Let's head inside and see what awaits. A giant beast that we must slay. Gods above, isn't that... I remember that. The key to interdimensional fusion. That looks to be a schematic on the monitor. And they've used it to make another key. But isn't it missing the shard inside like the one Valtamont has? Ah, we may have been laboring under a misconception. The key was originally a Milala relic? Milala? Yeah, I guess Milala. Milaya. Usually in Spanish, double L is pronounced as a Y. Originally a Milaya relic. That's a hard thing. Just Milaya relic. Once this treasure came into its possession, Preservation began working to harness the power to cross dimensions. Aside from the crystal, we can see that all the vessel's components were constructed here. So what might that tell us? The crystal itself is the key. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. It is as my parents explained. The key remains shrouded in mystery. Preservation augmented it with electrope, but never grasped the technology's underlying principles. To this day, not a single person understands the mechanics of interdimensional fusion, not who imbued the key with its power, not when they did so, nor why. Now it makes sense. Calyx can track the key because its vessel was made by Preservation. I believe there's much we may learn in this room. On our next visit, I will have to enlist Ishtola's assistance for a thorough investigation. I too am curious with a great many things, but pinning down Calyx's whereabouts is our priority. Hopefully there's a security card here that grants access to the director's office. The research conducted in this lab appears to have been highly confidential in nature. Some of the personnel must have belonged to the organization's upper echelons, and that means higher security clearance. We should spread out and look for any cards they left behind. Remember, anything less than level 3 is no good to us. Obviously. Oh, did you just find a security card? Well, that's a stroke of luck. Let's have Shale examine it to be sure. Well, if it isn't exactly what we needed. Nice work, Valtamont. I knew skipping that second spot was the way to go. Oh, a level 3. That should get us into the director's office. So, what was it you were hoping to find in there again, Shale? You were saying that a certain device was going to help us? Right, I haven't properly explained myself, have I? I'm looking for a data relay. After we discovered this ostensibly abandoned complex, I performed a cursory investigation which detected a connection to an outside network. When I traced the data's routing, I confirmed traffic from a web of Everkeep's security cameras. Considering the way Calyx is always one step ahead of us, we must assume he's quietly seized control over the city's surveillance system and has been using it to monitor our activities. to monitor what you, as the key holder, are planning. But since Calyx is the ultimate recipient of those transmissions, the flow of data is like a river that we can follow back to him, which is why I need the data relay. If I can analyze the device and see where it's rerouting all the surveillance traffic, then you can pinpoint Calyx's position. That said, he has done nothing to impede our progress, which makes me think I might be on entirely the wrong track. Maybe the reason he isn't stopping us is because he can't. Back in the old castle, Calyx said he was measuring Valtamont's strength. What can he possibly dream up that's stronger than him? Okay, that's a bit of a frickin' flex. Oh, speaking of cameras, there was another thing I meant to mention. I found evidence that someone deliberately disabled the surveillance feed in this room. The most recent recording was also crudely deleted. I was able to restore the data, though, if you'd like to see it. I'll start the show, then.
Do it now.
Are you really planning to leave?
Yes. The idea of eternal life, it's begun to frighten me. I struggle to renounce our conventional wisdom. Death is the means by which life prunes its branches, leaving the trunk to grow strong and tall. We die so that our species may flourish. What would become of mankind were we to halt that process? If unending stagnation is the fruit of our labor, then perhaps we strive for the wrong thing.
Your argument is a rejection of Master Calyx's vision.
I suppose it is. Perhaps such dread would not plague me, were I capable of sharing his perspective on the subject. But I cannot. He and I are too different, in too many ways. I lack his extraordinary genius. I had no illness threatening to cut my life short, no singularity of will to cut away all distractions and focus solely upon research. I have nothing but respect for his determination. The way he overcame his prognosis and seized the means to transcend death itself. But I'm not convinced that this obsession with living is the right path. That's why I've decided to leave preservation and put all my effort towards building a legacy for the next generation to come. Surely you...
Protocol, you understand. There can be no exceptions.
Somehow I saw that coming. She only wanted to leave and he executed her. I checked the images against the personnel data, and the man who pulled the trigger was Director Demetrius himself. Everything I could find on him pointed to a deep infatuation with Master Calyx. The cameras in this room have been out of operation ever since that incident. Given that the recording was erased, I can only assume he was trying to conceal his grisly deed from the other researchers. Also, what was up with that dude's hair? How could he see anything? I'm not surprised, given how many parents described their defection from the Institute. They spoke of rushing me through a portal, even as Preservation's agents closed in on them. I dared not ask what became of them after that, but if it turns out they were captured by their pursuers...
They did not regret their actions.
Right, the Echo. Knowing you saw them as they were, your words give me great comfort. Oh, Cryo. Oh, me. Worry not, Sphene. Thanks to the Haven of Living Memory, I was at least able to meet my parents and learn what they stood for. It is enough for me to carry on. Even now, we don't know how the conflict unfolded between your parents and Preservation. But what we do know is that your mother and father cleverly expunged every last trace of their movements. They made sure no one could cross into the source or threaten their child's safety. Right, let's press on, shall we? This tale behind the key deserves a fitting conclusion. To the director's office. Yes, can we please move on? I want more voice acting. Ooh. There we go. Let's head inside. Now to find that data relay. And don't be shy, everyone. Speak up if anything odd catches your eye. Valtamont, come with me. I might have need of that security card.
Okay. You want us to put it in the machine, boss?
Damn, this terminal isn't connected to any outside networks, so it can't be the data relay I'm looking for. This office is also smaller than the map suggested. I'm positive we're in the right room. What am I missing? Sorry, Valtamont, could I ask you and the others to search the office for any clues to this infuriating puzzle? Can't be at the beverage station. A soul cell storage case. The office shelves. Crumpled note wedged between the file binders. Secure room lift access requires password to be input directly simultaneously at terminals in the Proto Lab, Dudo Lab, and Director's office. Oh, I have to go through all of them. Never mind. Collection of soul cells may have once belonged to the Director. They appear to be empty, which means the Director is dead. Dun dun dun. Amongst other personal effects, you find what is presumably the Director's data tablet. A closed locker stands next to the table. Examine the tablet first. Tablet begins to go through contents. Shutdown protocols. All personnel have undergone processing. Once the shutdown protocols have been completed, I will proceed with my own corporeal dissolution. As long as the key remains in the physical world, we must keep this complex in pristine condition. Whether it be needed for experiments or otherwise, it must be ready to support future operations in whatever capacity Master Calyx requires. To that end, facility equipment will be maintained in stasis mode. Furthermore, a critical component for secure room access will be stored separately to defend against unauthorized entry. Nothing of note. The mystery of the the mystery of the key's activation condition remains unsolved. The key triggered an explosion today. Temporary interdimensional portal verified. Continue attempts to stabilize the core's energy reactions. 13 researchers sustained fatal injuries in the explosion. Memory facilities of 4 personnel sufficiently intact for endless conversion. Remaining 9 designated for Aether reclamation processing. Nothing of note. Rejected resignations of 2 Milaya researchers. Major incident details in full report. Those two inept Milaya broke with preservation and absconded. Is it Milaya or Milala? That is Milala. Never mind. I thought it was like, I don't know. Anyway, the Milala are the short characters. Though the fugitives have since been caught and eliminated, we were too late to recover the relic. Maybe it is Milaya. I don't know. The only reason we retained our flesh was to serve Master Calyx as physical instruments to conduct his experiments. Deprived of the object of our research, our existence serves no further purpose. I dare not imagine the depths of his disappointment in me. Oh, he hates you, bro. The complex is to be shut down. All personnel will have their bodies reduced to aether, which will be allocated to further experimentation. Memory data will be archived. Any endless conversations will be subject to Master Calyx's discretion. If he does not deem us fit, then we are not deserving of eternal life. Who the hell is Calyx? God? And for use, the non-active coffee maker has already entered a self-cleaning cycle. It appears to have no further purpose beyond brewing coffee. It remains to be seen what it will be able to do so once more. Or if it will be able to do so once more. Have you found something? A piece of paper. Thank you. A misplaced note, was it? With instructions for accessing a secure room, no less. Seems we need to enter a password on 3 different terminals at the same time. There was no such room marked on the map, was there? No, a precautionary measure, no doubt. And if passwords are involved, I expect the access lift itself is concealed too. Concealed? By electropy beam. Ah, could it be that wall? I thought it seemed odd when I walked past. Looks normal to me. Remember what Kafkiwa used to say, Shale? Never trust an electrope surface. Electrope isn't always what it appears to be. Oh, of course. Electrope is how you alter the look of all Solution 9's floors and walls, isn't it? In which case, it shouldn't be too hard to disable. Another door! I've managed to deactivate the projection, but the lock is another story. Didn't that note lay out the password protocol? I say we go ahead and try it. I agree. 2 people should prepare the lab terminals for input while the rest of us look for passwords here in the office. I'll take the protolab. Then I'll take the deuterolab. Actually, it might be better if you stayed, Sveen. Your knowledge of Alexandria and its people could be needed here. Yes, you're right. If the passwords are hiding behind clues, that may be something I can help with. I can help too. I've lived my whole life in Alexandria after all. Yeah, all 10 years of it or whatever. I will take Deuterolab duty then. We can keep in touch via communicator to match our timing. Valtamont, you shall have the honor of entering the office password. Once we've determined what we need to input, take place at this terminal. I'll stand by to I'll stand by to guide Wuklamot and Kral through the process. You know, there was that display plate over there. The one with the gems. Thought since it was made of electrope, it might have some other purpose. But I couldn't find any switches or buttons to make it do anything. Maybe you can figure it out. Probably takes magic, doesn't it? Alright. I'm gonna take a second and get another drink. Be right back. Alright, let's see what this thing does. 2 jewels are... Alright, I'll just keep my camera up. Are embedded in the electrode plate. You identify the blue gem as a sapphire and the red as a garnet. Also be easy to beer. Okay. So that would be an emerald. Now the question is, where is this emerald? Open the locker. Oh, bit obsessed is he? Contains nothing of note. You quietly shut the locker door. Can I leave this room? Yeah. Did I miss something? I'm just gonna go looking, see if I can find an emerald. I mean, I doubt there is one. I'm just curious as to whether or not. It's maybe activated now. Whereas before it wasn't because we didn't find the thing. What if we talk to Wuklamat? Nope. Pretty sure I don't have like a... I mean, it wouldn't let me do anything else, so... I don't know. I mean, there's gotta be something in the locker. Nope. Okay, never mind. Huh. Only focus target and stuff like that. I can't like insert anything. Oh well. You have yet to discover enough clues to deduce the passwords. Try exploring the immediate area or conferring with your comrades until you have more information. Ah. Okay. So my hidden password. Well, gotta be something here. Okay. Let's see if I move this bit, then connect the circuit to that one. There. Something inside. Oh, there we go. Nice. He gave me the gem. He's called it Alexandrite, but I'm guessing it's an emerald stone. Yeah, it's an emerald. Into place. Almost immediately afterwards, the glowing lines of diagram appear on the display, accompanied by a short phrase. No. This is the floor plan, but I just wasn't sure if they... In which you now stand. This may be related to battle you look for. Right. Alright, so Protolab office and the Deutero lab, which we already knew. Yes, I knew that jewel would come in handy. Let me see. Heed the stones. This must be about the special meetings of Alexandrians have for gems. It's an old belief, I think, where each type of gem means something different. I bet if you ask Sphene, she could tell you more about it. After all, even her name comes from a gemstone. What gemstone? Yes, if you have questions, you need only ask. The symbols of Alexandrite. Well, I was taught that Alexandrite represents the concept of protection. It is incidentally also the origin of Alexandria's name. Oh, are you thinking this has something to do with the passwords? Yes. A sapphire and garnet as well, you say? Yes, they all have meanings. Alexandrite, as I said, is protection. Sapphire represents honesty, and garnet symbolizes devotion. We should try these words at the terminals and see if they are accepted. I certainly hope we're right. Okay. No. Start with Buklamat in the Protolab. What word should she enter? Protolab was the garnet. No. Devotion. The Alexandrites for this office, so honesty. Right, we have all the 3 passwords ready. Now to enter them into the system at the same time. It's returning error, I believe you... Oh. Okay, we'll try the other one. The Protolab, Deuterolab is devotion. And then, of course, here is protection. There it is. I got the other 2 mixed up. Let's be honest, they were the only ones that actually needed to be swapped, because I already knew what the director's lab was. Boom. Yes! Oh, I'm so glad that worked. A secure room is the only place we've yet to search. If the data relay is anywhere, it has to be there. We'll venture in as soon as Wuklamat and Kryl rejoin us. I want to fight things. We're going to. There's supposed to be a new dungeon. Alright everyone, time to board the lift and see what awaits us.
This terminal doesn't look special to me, but this is definitely what we're after?
It is, but whether or not it will suffice for our purposes is another question.
The Endless are created using the memories of the deceased. But as memories are, in essence, collections of data, the resultant entities have no physical form. These data entities, as we might call them, have only 2 methods for interacting with the material world. One of these we saw in Living Memory, where the Endless are granted temporary bodies through the use of corporeal ether. They become much like solid ghosts that one can see and touch. The other method, which Kafkiwa employed, is the remote operation of a machine. But where do you suppose the Endless are to be found when not inhabiting a physical body?
The Endless are memories, and if memories are data, then...
Inside Electrope somewhere?
Yes, we suspect they reside in a virtual domain, one contained entirely within an electrope-based machine. We've seen such a realm before, after all.
Oh, you mean like the Alexandria made from the Endless Fiend's memories? It all seems so real.
So this virtual domain, it would also be housed within the Meso Terminal.
But how? I thought we shut down all the terminals in Living Memory.
You did, and Kafkiwa's program performed just as she intended. The Meso Terminal itself was deactivated, as evidenced by the failure of the device which was keeping Spheen's body in stasis. Be that as it may, we face a master of electrope engineering. That he managed to partition and protect the sector harboring his own memories is well within the bounds of possibility.
Let us say that the Meso Terminal does indeed contain a second domain, and that Calyx himself resides there. This city, on the other hand, exists here in the Source. That being the case, I thought perhaps we could prevent his remote interference by closing the gate to the Golden City, and thus severing the connection between worlds.
Except I tried to close it once already when I visited Living Memory. The process required administrative authorization, a restriction I assumed at the time had been imposed by the Queen.
But now you think Calyx might be responsible.
Just as I suspected. Even now, security transmissions from throughout the Keep are being tapped by the core system and routed elsewhere. Almost every single one has you as its focus. He's keeping track of the keyholder's movements.
Time's up, and what a waste of time it's been.
Oh shit.
Hoping to find me by tracing security data? That will not be necessary. Through a not inconsiderable effort, I've taken your measure and prepared a force sufficient to subdue you.
I'd like to see you try, you little pissant.
Come. I invite you to the upper reaches of the Meso Terminal. The storage device which holds my memories is there. Break the memory bank and victory is yours. I, in turn, will seek to wrest the key from you with any and every means at my disposal.
And if we refuse this invitation?
I will wait and continue to convert Alexandrians into Endless. Consider the urgency of the situation and make the wiser choice.
Answer me one question, Calyx. The Endless Fiend. When she was queen, you had her face an impossible task, then manipulated her into using the key when she was at her most desperate. If you can do all that, then why not whisk it away when her plans went to ruin? Why let it fall into our hands?
You pour salt in the wound. That disaster was a miscalculation on my part.
Oh, all of a sudden he's not perfect, huh?
As her end drew near, Sphene and her restructured memories have become one with the terminal's control systems. In that singular place, in that singular moment, she wielded an authority greater than mine. Thus she was able to shield you, the neighboring sovereign to whom she entrusted her nation's future, and the hero to whom she entrusted that priceless key. I am unsure to what degree she perceived my presence, but she knew that someone was watching. Does that satisfy your curiosity?
It does. And I'm satisfied that you will take nothing more from this nation. Not one more life, not one more future, not one single smile from another child's face. You hear me? Sorry for losing my temper, but there's only one way we can deal with people like Calyx. Whatever grand future he envisions, someone will be made to pay the price.
That was her losing her temper.
And I won't let that happen.
I'm with you.
If I may, I realize it is not my place to say this. Even so, I must thank you both. On behalf of my other self, allow me to say how grateful I am to have you as our champions.
Well, that was an adventure. It may not have been by the method Shale was hoping for, but at least now we know where to find Calyx and what we need to do next. Indeed, while I remain curious about Preservation's research into the key, that is an investigation for another day. Well, it would have to be because we're kind of busy. Then let's head straight to the back room. We should get everyone on the same page before we make our move. Damn that bastard Calyx. He waited until I was this close before snatching away my moment of triumph. And that infuriating, condescending way he spoke to us. We'll see whose time is up, you smug little weasel. Anyway, I know things didn't go to plan, but we learned a great deal about preservation. That knowledge could come in handy in the days to come. Though I may not be able to contribute much to a direct confrontation, I mean, to see this through with you all providing whatever support I can. Valtamont, we've briefed Erenville on everything that has happened and sent word to the others. We've now but to consider what our next actions will be. Calyx has offered you the opportunity to confront him directly. And though it feels much like striding face first into an ambush, we have little choice. If we are to destroy the memories he supposedly has stored in the upper reaches of the Meso Terminal, then that is where we must go. While I'm still upset at being deprived of my moment, I nevertheless did my due diligence. Man, she's really just kind of selfish right now. I can confirm that the relay we found was indeed transmitting surveillance data to a device somewhere in living memory. When you go to fight Calyx, pray let me fight alongside of you. Let me fight for the memory of Otis and Zelenia, and for the other Sphene I may have become, but most importantly for my beloved kingdom and a joyful tomorrow. Things take a grim turn. I'll keep you safe. If things take a grim turn, I'll keep you safe. I shall hold you to that, but I will also protect you in turn, because that is what comrades do. I'll be coming with you as well. You know my reasons. It hardly needs saying, but your fellow Scions also have every intention of accompanying you into battle. So adamant were Alize and the others at this point that they have already left for living memory. I am more than ready to do the same. Alright, this is where the dungeon is, I think. I'll keep patrolling the streets for signs of trouble, especially for anyone wearing neo-regulators. Should you need anything from me, I'll be on standby here in the back room. I really want to go with you too, but I know I can't. I know that sometimes you have to be patient and trust in your friends. Oh, Valtamont, Kryl and I think that we should talk to Gasson before... or Gosen, before we leave for living memory. Under Calyx's direction, preservation has helped shape Alexandria's society for centuries. Taking him down will have serious consequences, and we need to warn the officials in charge about what we intend. Justifications aside, we shall be acting against the wishes of all who desire to become endless. Exactly. We don't know if Gosan will approve or oppose our chosen course, but either way, leaving without a word is the wrong thing to do. Come, we should be on our way. Resolution first, yes? Be safe, everyone. We'll see you when it's over. Maybe I was wrong about Calyx being like a 7.5 thing. Anyway, I'm gonna go check the last bit of my laundry. I'll be right back. Okay. It's got to be the next dungeon at least. I can't remember if Gosan knows that Sphene is here.
I see. A difficult situation. In the absence of an official sovereign, I agree that it is not Preservation's place to dictate the future of our nation. However, I also cannot simply take a side and declare my support for your efforts to defeat Calyx.
Is that because of the new regulator you wear?
I've yet to register it. I find myself caught between the fear of dying and the desire to carry out the duties of governance. My greatest concern is how we shall stem this ever-increasing terror of mortality when becoming endless is no longer an option. And that's to say nothing of the recent slaughter committed by our own soldiers. The fact that such violence was perpetrated for the very purpose of creating endless will, paradoxically, make it more difficult to endorse your chosen course. It may not seem logical, but for those who lost friends and family in the attacks, halting the creation process altogether would render the deaths of their loved ones utterly meaningless. Is it not cruel to rob them of what little solace they could claim, when we have only just learned what it is to mourn? Tell me, how are we meant to overcome such tragedies?
We stop begging others to teach us for a start. For the longest time, we've been protected by Queen Sphene and the systems put in place by our forebears. The hardships and responsibilities of life were distant things, and we felt entitled to our comforts, even as we barely noticed those who risked everything to keep us sheltered. But no more. From now on, we need to learn on our own. How to live with the promise of death. How to endure the pain of loss. We may never learn to love such things, but we may learn to survive them. The people beyond the barrier, even the Alexandrians of old, they've all had to live with these fears. There's no reason we can't do it too.
What are you all doing here?
Malachite called us in, and the Oblivion members briefed us on the current crisis. You don't stand idly by while your house burns down. We came together and thought about how we could help.
Long story short, we've decided to join the fight alongside Oblivion. I say fight, but we're well aware of how little use we'd be in actual combat.
A battle of ideas, on the other hand. Now that we might be qualified to do something about. We'll talk to our neighbors and do our best to quell their fears. Convince them to make the most of this life and enjoy all it has to offer. Perhaps that will help to ease your burden.
It certainly will. Even if a few are assuaged by your words, it will make things easier.
Those who have already registered will be difficult to sway, but there are still many who waver. Those are the ones we'll concentrate on.
Gossan, if you truly care for the people of Alexandria, then now's the time to start thinking of ways to prevent more deaths.
Were I to become endless at the expense of my countrymen's lives, I would regret it for the rest of my existence. Forgive my weakness. When the people have lost their way, it falls to the government to support and guide them. Alexandria can rise above this sorrow and find its way forward once more. Is that not so, Your Majesty?
Indeed it is. No, that wasn't... what I meant to say was...
Calm down, Sphene.
Amity, you used her name.
About time.
The perfect resemblance to our beloved Queen Sphene has not escaped our notice. Yet we also understand that you are not her. Having to live in secret, unable to share who you really are, that must have been hard on you. When you come back, please tell us all about yourself. I imagine yours is a rather outlandish story, but we're eager to hear it all the same. You're one of us, an Alexandrian, and we don't abandon our own.
I promise to return. And when I do, I look forward to speaking with you all.
Okay, now I'm actually confused. I thought this was the real Sphene. And we found her basically in cryogenic stasis. What? Everyone was so warm and welcoming. Alexandrians are, as ever, a stalwart people. How glad I am to be home. Thank you, Gossan. That decision must have been difficult to make. If only I could claim the courage to do so came from within, The final push came from Alexandria's citizens and their bravery in taking the first step towards change. Speaking of which, can I ask you to lock that Neo-regulator away where no one can get to it? That should prevent the registrations from reaching the target number. I should be glad to do so, but I fear it would be to no avail. According to our most recent surveys, the number of Neo-regulators in circulation exceeds the stated 5,000. I surmise the surplus units are to account for those like myself who have had a change of heart and are otherwise hesitant to register. That does sound like something Calyx would do. Well, we'll have to face him either way, so no point in delaying the inevitable. On to living memory. Yeah, I'm not understanding. I thought she was the real Sphene.
Things seem much the same.
So listen, you have nothing more to fear than any other normal day. Deep breaths. We'll get through this.
You'd be telling them much the same if you were here. I suppose it falls to me now.
Okay. So Erenville is taking up the mantle, I suppose? I haven't been here in a while.
Feels like eons ago.
Yeah, I suppose the least I could do is grind out the gear that I can get pretty easily with the tomestones of mathematics. Ah, 'tis good to see our comrades hale and girded for battle. Girded. As for us, we've been ahead to inspect the lay of the land. There were no changes of note, aside with the meso-terminal itself, and it stopped raining. Look at that. Or not? It stopped raining in this particular spot. Oh, there it goes. Why, what's happened to the meso-terminal? The wall has receded to provide a convenient entrance into the structure's interior. There was no such ingress when we last were here, so we must assume that Calyx has since manipulated the terminal's electrope. All to facilitate his most gracious invitation to the upper levels. An invitation I am eager to accept. For the sake of all who love Alexandria, I will not yield nor leave them to despair. Alright, this is, we need... I mean, as of right now, I can't remember which one I need the most, but we're up to level 12 anyway, so... I think we'll go with just direct. No. I believe everyone determined to be here is present and accounted for. Shall we make our way to the terminal? We wouldn't wish to keep our insistent host waiting. Dude, I thought for sure he was going to be like 7.5. I thought they were definitely going to drag this out, but it looks like they're just going to get right to it potentially. It kind of sucks, man. It would have been nice to leave this place kind of just the way it was. Bustling and vibrant and full of fake people. Well. What else can we do? Well, here we are again, facing another battle to decide Alexandria's fate. For 4 centuries I slept here. Upon awakening, I found the world as I knew it had changed. I was so frightened at first, I couldn't recognize a single thing and thought everything I loved that had gone to dust. Yet beneath the unfamiliar surface, much remained the same. For that, I give thanks to Otis and Zelenia and their royal knights who laid their lives on the line to defend our way of life. I thank every Alexandrian who believed in our future and passed on our legacy. I thank my other self who so loved this kingdom of ours. And I thank you all for kindling this hope in my heart, this courage to take up arms and fight once more. So let us make our stand together and fight for what we hold dear. The kind and gentle Queen Sphene was too weak to serve her people, and so she will serve them no more. Freed from conscience, I shall become a ruler that can protect Alexandria, a devourer of worlds.
Together we stand. Together we fight.
You have my gratitude, and surely Otis and Zelenia will join us in spirit. Let's head inside and finish this. In the upper reaches of this terminal awaits the device which holds Calyx's memories. It falls to us to make the climb and destroy it once and for all. Aye, we must bring matters to a definitive end. We'll not suffer him to cause Alexandria further harm nor claim the key. The Queen entrusted it to Valtamont for good reason, and besides, 'twould be a tragedy indeed to relinquish a relic with so much research potential. Always thinking about research. Apparently, Calyx thinks he's taken your measure. I urge you to correct that misguided assumption. Basically, she's saying, kick his ass, Seabass. I wholeheartedly concur, yet would still counsel caution. That he would be so bold as to extend an invitation bespeaks tremendous confidence in his preparations. We'll see. Come, friends, we set forth into the midst of dreaming endless. There are surely tons of people playing this right now, so I'll just go to the duty finder. Well, let's see what this one's all about. Damn, I thought for sure they were going to extend Calyx's story out to 7.5, but maybe they will. Maybe there's something hidden here that I'm, have yet to see because, we haven't faced him yet. And it is his memories, which means he could easily have replicated all of them and put his memories elsewhere, but we'll see. Man, I thought for sure this was like the real Sphene, because she said she was basically hibernating for 4 centuries. So that's like the real Sphene. But I don't know. Maybe I completely forget about when we found her. I might have to go back and look. Damn, that would have been cool though, huh? Going up to the top of the freaking meso terminal. I won't lie, this doesn't really... It doesn't seem like it's running at 120, even though it's in the 120 hertz. Mode. Just wish I could see the frame rate. I think on the PC version, usually you come here and you can see it in the top right corner there. Sadly, we can only limit the frame rate to 30 FPS. Or I turn off the 120 hertz mode at the system level and then it goes to 60 FPS, but... Maybe I've gotten to a point where I recognize, or my eyes are adjusted to 120 FPS that it doesn't look any different. Except for when I do drop it down to 60 and then I can probably notice a difference. I doubt it's coming anywhere close to 120, especially when looking out over like a horizon like this or something. It's smooth, it's just maybe not 120 FPS smooth. I heard that Valve is looking to come out with their own console. If they do that, I might grab it. I'd be inclined to play my PC games more often if they were in a nice small package like that I knew was functionally built to play those games. And there's no doubt that they would actually, you know, because they already tried the Steam Machine approach and it was a good concept, but you know, people found it much cheaper to build their own machines than to buy pre-builts from the likes of Dell or Asus or whoever was selling them. But if Valve themselves put together a literal console like the PlayStation or the Xbox that was tailor-made to run games at certain graphic settings, that could allow me to play my PC games in a small form factor or smaller form factor package. I'd be happy with that. And given how versatile Steam is with the DualSense controller and the Xbox controller and stuff like that, I could use a controller if I wanted to, or in a lot of cases with some of the PC games that I have installed on my rig at work, well, keyboard and mouse. You know, games that would actually require keyboard and mouse. So that'd be pretty cool. I wonder how much it would be. But apparently they're working with AMD. Because, let's be honest, AMD kind of rules the console market. And you wouldn't want to work with anybody else when it comes to building consoles. So, hopefully they make it as powerful as, say, a PlayStation 5 or an Xbox Series X. So that we'll be able to play it. Play our games at reasonable graphic settings. And if not, hopefully they give us the option to change the settings ourselves. That'd be pretty cool. Still give us the freedoms. Still give us the freedoms to adjust our graphics the way we want them. Yeah, I always said that I'd be willing to go each week, go back to that one raid that I actually like, the Painter raid there. I call it the Painter raid. It's M2. Cruiserweight M2. Done every single one except for the obviously harder versions. Though they're not the same ones, they're just different ones that are harder. Which is crazy to me. Apparently I've never done this one. What? Okay, interesting. I thought I did. I guess it was this one, which is the normal one. Shit always scares me. I don't know why. It's unexpected. Alright, here we go. First time doing this one. I'm just gonna skip it because it's literally just...
Ah, you've come. I'll begin by wearing you down.
We'll see. We'll see. I think this is the first time I've played this game with this headset. Sounds pretty good.
I've created new endless for you. Not all are warriors, but they will follow orders. Kill and survive and so forth. Here, I shall prepare the stage for battle.
The memories of a physician. One who saves lives should be reluctant to die.
I don't even know if, oh, I used the wrong one. Shit. Oops, wrong one. Dude, I'm losing my grip. I'm just following everybody, that's all. I think I would have gotten it eventually.
You've overburdened the system. No matter.
Looks like we could get new gear here. So instead of actually like farming for that crappy gear that or not crap, the crappy looking gear that I don't want, we could get possibly new gear here and it might be better. And this seems pretty straightforward enough.
Next, we visit a prison of sinister repute. I need not compel them to fight. These are loyal executioners. They shall deal appropriately with criminals. Your sentence is death. How long can you defer? They cannot escape.
I was not aware of what I was supposed to do there. Senzu being nice. Okay, now I'm with somebody else. Odd. Holy shit. No idea what's hurting me. Fuck me, dude. This is something. Wow. Really? You think that the healer would have been ready to heal me?
Beginning to tire? Good. I bid you continue on.
Well, there you go. New boots. We'll have to check those against the Historia gear set. Man, my brain is just going in other places. I wonder what dance that person's doing. So I'm guessing I can't do this unless I'm actually in water, which makes sense. So I've never actually done that one. I was gonna say, is that guy fishing off the side? Like, I don't think you can do that. I don't remember there being an emote. Okay, I guess we'll just wait. Wait for the tank. But yeah, so if Valve, if this is true and Valve does somehow create a console experience for those of us who like consoles, like me, that could be a big deal. Because I do have a large, you know, Steam library as well. You know, and right now, like I said, on my PC at work, which is my gaming rig, I have mostly PC-centric, PC-only games installed. Some of them aren't. Some of them are games that I just like really like playing, like, you know, Dead Island and whatnot. But
the enemy is at the gate. To arms, good soldiers. Protect your kingdom.
watch this be like another dungeon where it takes forever. Did that guy really just use the brick? I know it doesn't really do much to the freaking boss in this game, but come on, it's damage level. Watch this be another dungeon where it takes freaking eons for me to actually get the gear from here. I've gotten one piece, so at least there's that, but I have a feeling that it probably will be just the same. Casters just don't get preferential treatment. So far, I've only gotten one piece. There's been a whole bunch that have dropped, and I've gotten one.
Very well.
Husband and wife, I assume.
Memories. Let us see how it fares. It is the midst of the storm surge. Countless lives are lost in the senseless conflict. The war swells in scope and intensity.
Like I said, I'm just gonna follow everybody else because they seem to know what's going on. They said they've gotten this one again, so I'm assuming they've done it more than once.
The bombs rain down without pause or mercy.
I guess the general thing you want to do is just stay towards the center for the most part.
The spark of life is dimmed with every blinding flash. Death is everywhere, pillaging the promise of the future.
Why did I just take the biggest hit? What the hell? Good thing I was standing in the right spot anyway. Oh, shit. A bunch of us got hit with that one. That was a little confusing. Boom. Whew. That was crazy. They keep innovating on their fights, man. It's awesome. Like, they'll take similar mechanics and kind of just do it, you know, twist them up a little bit to kind of make them a little different for each fight. But, you know, they're things that you're familiar with, which is nice.
Sphene?
The Endless he sent against us. They were from the time of the storm surge, before I was placed into stasis.
As far as we know, the only sector to escape the shutdown was the one containing Calix's memories. Assuming a chronological system, every other memory stored in that sector would belong to people who lived around the same period in history as he did.
Calix, how long have you pursued this madness?
We seem to have exhausted his defenses for the moment. I say we take advantage of this lull to press on.
Calix!
Well done. I commend your perseverance. The entirety of my memories are stored within this device. In the early stages of Endless Creation, we established several core tenets. One is a prohibition on memory duplication. Despite the inherent risks, I agree and abide by this. Memories are the essence of the self, and should not be diluted. We each have our goals. You seek to destroy your target. I seek to reclaim the key. Shall we forego the posturing and begin?
Do not doubt that we are here to fight, and I do not mean to lose. Yet, as one born of the same era, I must ask, why do you pursue your evolution with such fervor? What do you hope to achieve with this eternal existence?
Your question is meaningless. I have ascertained a superior path to mankind's preservation, and that which must be done is that which I can do. What other reason do I require? Surely you have seen it. Traditional survival strategies are at odds with an increasingly complex society, leading to a breakdown of order. This course promises no liberation from pointless conflicts or inane tragedies. Physical traits do not represent the limit of our potential. Why then should we relinquish that potential when our hearts cease to beat? I realized it was past time that we corrected our heading. Nothing more.
Even then, you were always so single-minded. I too have a vision for the future, and your plan is not a part of it. I won't let you harm another Alexandrian.
Then fight we must. Thankfully, the entity I now summon will make short work of you and your comrades.
A summoning.
What now? What was that? A chill? No, something else. I feel so cold. So weak.
Across Alexandria, a certain emotion is taking hold. The fear of death. Terror for the eternal darkness that will, without fail, engulf the lives of every living thing. Allow me to introduce it to you.
I got it! I got one! 4,999! That's how many people he said they were up to! I made it just in time. Now to register. Death can't touch me now. I'm free of all that crushing fear. Forever.
Congratulations to all who have acquired a Neo-Regulator. We have reached our total of 5,000 registered users. The day of deliverance you were promised will soon be upon us.
I'll give it back! I don't want to die. I don't want to die. You think that's what I want? Huh?
Remember now. Remember your fear of dying. That terror will carry you across the threshold, make of you an endless. Your prayers will birth a miracle which commands death itself.
What in the... What's going on?
Securing the requisite ether is simple. I need only reroute lightning energy from living memory. Then I encourage the populace to define its form through hope and thought and prayer. Such an abstract method, however, is rife with unpredictable elements. What I wanted was an entity that could defeat you with utmost certainty. To that end, I set strict parameters for a concept of my own design. It was a laborious task, one that required almost more time than I had, but I managed it in the end. And now, everything is in readiness. I bid you, come forth.
is that?
A primal summoning, and one defined by a concept, no less. How did he learn such techniques? Keep these close.
That is a false deity, brought into being through the prayers of the desperate and the hopeful. The talismans will protect your minds from being enthralled.
Do you still mean to stand against me?
I mean to win. The key will never be yours.
That remains to be seen.
Alright, this is the trial. That thing looks ridiculous. Oh, dude. I love this piece. I didn't realize it was that. Oh, that's so sick. Oh, wait, hold on. Draw. I don't want to accidentally get the meso terminal as well. There we go. Alright, new trial. I knew we weren't going to be facing Calyx. I knew it. He's not going down that easily. Easy. Hello? There we go. I guess I just had to say something. They don't want none of this.
Those who obstruct evolution shall suffer the rotting fate of all flesh.
You know, I wonder if there's like somewhat of an undertone and commentary in about modern times and how we treat life and death and how we're consumed by our own technology, that sort of thing. 'Cause that's what it seems like here. It's like a meta commentary on real life.
Betray you.
Ow.
Drag them to their graves. There.
Guessing it goes the other way. Yep.
Do you not see? Death is upon you. Perhaps this. Till then.
Dude, I'm like, I don't know where to go there.
Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength.
Whoa, what the fuck? I was standing where everybody else was. I mean, I'm not the only one who died, but like, that seems a bit... Like, it says stand here, that's where we were. It's still gonna do damage to us? Like, that much damage? I'm pretty sure I was full of health, too. This is insane. That one healer stays alive, we'll be able to get it.
I will reduce you to ether.
It's gotta be one of the craziest trials I've seen so far.
You will die for me now. Accepting death is the greatest sin a life can commit. The endless darkness engulfs you.
Uh-oh. I guess it doesn't matter where we stand. I don't like this.
The icy hands will not get me this day.
I barely made it. Basically like an allegory to going to heaven right there. That's crazy, dude.
Still alive. But there are ways to change that.
Uh-oh.
There.
Fuck. I literally saw that and I'm like, that's not good. Am I being dragged down to hell again? Yeah.
Those who do not resist death deserve it.
I mean, I guess I'd rather just be doing this than freaking fighting this guy out here.
Kill them.
Oh my god, dude, I don't even know. I'm dead. See, I'd rather just go do the icy hands than this. Look at this nonsense, dude. We don't even have him at half health yet. Oh my god, this is gonna be.
Fight, if you must.
This is gonna be a nightmare. It's only the 2 tanks left. Yeah, because they can't do that part. We need. Holy shit, that was insane. Okay. Insane.
You are bound by the limits of flesh. It will betray you. Drag them to their graves. There.
I see. Yeah, that one's okay. I got it. Gotta look for the one that's obviously... And it'll be the opposite on the second go. Why would he go back over there?
Do you not see? Death is upon you. Perhaps this.
Alright, so we do this. Ah, I see. Wait, think?
Kill them.
I don't know if it's the same pattern each time or what, but yeah, okay, so that tells you what he's gonna do. Got it. If it's an open circle, it means he's gonna be on the outside. If it's that, if it's filled in circle, it's on the inside. Or it's that.
Kill them. Fear compounds
all right,
fear,
so
eroding your strength.
oh god. Keep running.
I will reduce you to ether. You will die for me now. Inviting death is the greatest sin a life can commit. The endless darkness engulfs you.
I'll save that. Stood right in the right spot there. Doom.
Still alive. But there are ways to change.
I'm not gonna fuck this up this time. Not gonna drag me down to hell.
Those who do not resist death deserve it.
Okay, so inside, outside first. Inside, outside. Inside, outside, inside, outside.
I am prepared for you. Kill them.
Oh, I see. It's all dependent on which one. No, I was definitely... Come on. It's a lot closer than I thought it was.
Fight, if you must. There.
Oh, shit. I got confused for some reason. I don't know why. Oh my god. Okay. This is gonna be something. It's pretty epic. It's not difficult to understand, at least, but because I already grasped just about every concept on the second go-round, but range take the south ones. Well, I did.
You are bound by the limits of flesh. It will betray you. Drag them to their graves. There. Do you not see? Death is upon you. Perhaps this.
closer than I think.
Kill them. Kill them. Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength. I will reduce you to ether. You will die for me now.
Wrong button, Adam.
Accepting death is the greatest sin a life can commit.
Save it.
The endless darkness engulfs you. Still alive, but there are ways to change that. Those who do not resist death deserve it.
Outside. That's outside. Inside, outside. Inside. Outside, inside. I get it. I get it. Okay.
Prepared for you. Kill them.
That's inside. Oh shit. I forgot that it basically does the opposite each time anyway, depending on, you have to just remember which one picks first.
Fight if you must.
I mean, I mean, we should all probably just do it at the same time. Let's be honest.
You struggle in vain.
Outside.
Once the terror takes root, it will only continue to grow. Kill them.
It's like he's queuing up abilities.
Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength. I will reduce you to ether. Those who do not resist death deserve it.
Outside, inside. So he starts with outside. All right, outside, inside, outside, inside.
Kill them.
Outside. Oh shit, it goes, again, way further than you'd expect. Goes to the edge of the circle. Ooh, man, that almost got me. I mean, I guess forget splitting up like that, because it's just going to lead to problems.
Yeah.
That's the left side. Yeah! Third time's a charm. Holy shit, that was insane. I wouldn't say that's my favorite trial. I've had some, there were some other ones that were really awesome, but
Is it over?
Now, the memory bank.
of course it's not over.
Shielded.
I invited you to destroy it. I did not say I would let you. It is clear your strength cannot be gauged by ordinary means. But I anticipated as much.
What did you do to it?
The ignorance is almost laughable. You do not understand that you yourselves are to blame. You brought death to my creation. What do you suppose happens when a being manifested by the fear of dying experiences that terror firsthand? It grows stronger.
I feel it again. That same weakness.
It will rise again and again until the lightning which infuses this entire world has been drained to its last spark. You fight a losing battle.
God damn you.
Harnessed in this manner, does it not demonstrate just how powerful mankind's aversion to death truly is? You will not prevail against this foe. I, meanwhile, will continue my crusade against mortality.
Notice how my character is the only one standing up.
So long as our memories endure, we may live on. That is the promise I offer.
So long as our memories endure. This is wrong, Alex. You twist the meaning of those words. They are not meant to teach the living that physical death is nothing to fear. They are meant to offer comfort to those we leave behind. I know that litany all too well. I heard it time and time again over the course of the war. Help me, Shale. I must speak to Alexandria. Make my voice heard.
Nahe, don't you recognize me? Nahe!
What's happening? What's wrong with them? What will become of us?
Fellow Alexandrians, please, heed my words.
What now? Another broadcast? I know that voice.
Death can be frightening and terrible. I understand the desire to forget, to seek eternal life and be freed from fear. Yet, we live in this world in the here and now, the bearers of memories varied and rich. Our worries can weigh heavy, and there may be nights when the darkness feels like more than we can bear. But if we can endure those dark hours, The world will always brighten come the dawn. And in the chill of that new morning, will the memories of loved ones be there to warm us and carry us forward? So do not forget their passing. Let them be our courage. Fear not a life well lived. For one day, the memories we leave behind will be the warmth another needs when their morning finds them.
What is this reaction? An irregular factor in the equation. Eliminate her. Memories cannot be duplicated, but they can be transferred.
Leave the primal to us. Hurry and take care of that memory bank.
I gave her my word! I promised I would protect her people!
And we will protect them! Together!
others?
I don't remember having that ability.
Careful. You're badly hurt. You'd be lucky if you only broke a bone or two. It won't be long until your fever rises. We need to see you back to Tulayolo and into the care of a chirurgeon.
I kept my promise.
Thank you, Lamity.
Damn, that was insane. The whole thing was insane. And back. Just let me be on screen for 5 seconds. She has yet to regain consciousness, but worry not, Lamati will be fine. I've been in touch with Val Kona, and he has made arrangements to convey her home, by which he means to come and fetch Lamati himself, apparently. Given the extent of her injuries and exertions, she'll likely spend many days abed. Oh, Wuglamont. You just can't help yourself, can you? Like a certain someone. That said, we couldn't have done it without you. And once she had the barrier down, you saw that to it that Calyx's stored memories were destroyed along with the memory bank. I don't know. It was kind of ambiguous. I mean, it looked like he might have finished transferring his memories before we blew it up. So I don't know about that. Which means preservation is no more, I pray. No longer will Calyx dictate the course of our people. No longer will our grief be locked away or forgotten. The freedom to feel joy and sadness, to feel all that we are meant to experience, is in the hands of Alexandrians once more. I can never thank you enough. When we're rested and ready, we shall have to conduct a thorough investigation into how Calyx came to know that summoning ritual. Aye, for where there are primals, the Ascians are ne'er far. I gotta get those glasses off. It's ruining the whole thing. And we must consider that those who offered up prayers during the summoning may very well have fallen under the entity's sway. I shall wait here with our patient until Val Kona arrives. Feel free to go on ahead and attend to Alexandria's needs in the meantime. Yes, we should get going. I'll contact Shale en route and ask for an update on the situation in the city. Shall we make for the outskirts first, then? We could check on things there before heading into Everkeep. There's 2 entrances. That was a cool fight, though. That trial is definitely up there. But I have a pretty sneaky suspicion that Calyx got away. Valtamont, everyone has been teaching me what it means to be enthralled by a primal. Yeah, it's not great. The outskirts seemed untouched by trouble as far as I could tell, but what if something awful has happened? Deep breaths, Sphene. Erenville and Shale have brought me up to speed. First off, just as we feared, those who adopted the Neo-Regulators appear to have been enthralled. That's what I thought. They're like slaves. So far, however, they've not shown any hostility towards others. I suspect this was due to the calming effect of your broadcast. Government administrators are presently working with the rest of the citizenry to bring the afflicted into the care of the authorities, and I'm happy to report that this seems to be proceeding in a largely peaceful manner. Also, that little statement earlier by, Gosen, where it's like, the government has to look after the needs of the people, and... not our government. Which is all well and good, but the city officials are understandably requesting an explanation of events. Raha, Kryl, would you be able to handle that? Certainly, we shall return to aid with the treatment efforts forthwith. Meanwhile, might I suggest you look in on the people you fought so very hard to save? It may ease your mind to see the fruits of your efforts firsthand. Thank you again. How very fortunate we are to have you as allies. Bum, 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 bum. We now enter the Meso terminal, blah, blah, blah. Mayhap I will take you up on your suggestion. Only I am concerned that given who I am, approaching those unaware of my return may only serve to confuse them further. Then why not speak with Mahosa? She works the fields at Yuppie's Hollow, not far from here. Is it Yuppies? I don't know. As one of those who came to see you off before our clash with Calyx, she will surely be glad to know you are safe and sound. What an excellent idea. I think I should do just that. Thank you, Kryl. Oh. Right down the street. But I will say this, if Calyx is gone, right? If he is gone, then what the hell are we going to do for the next 2 patches? Or multitude of patches, I should say. But 2 major patches. Look who it is. Good to see you again, hale and healthy. I am sorry we did not get word to you sooner. How is everyone? Well, nothing terrible befell us as such. The Neo-Regulator crowd did all start acting strange at the same time, though. Pepopane. Oh, wait. Pepoane. Pepone? I don't know. Was one of them. I'm told the authorities are tending to him at the medical facility. You needn't worry. With the proper treatment, we'll soon have everyone back to their normal selves. I sure am glad to hear that. I'd like to not lose any more friends if it can be helped. I also hear that the Queen Sphene who tried enticing us to become endless turned out to be an imposter. What kind of heartless villain preys on people's insecurities like that? A maniac? Yet despite the danger to yourselves, you and yours made sure to put a stop to it, if I understand things correctly. then we owe you a debt of gratitude. It's up to each of us now to make the most of what you've given us. We're alive because of you, and while we live and breathe, our future is ours to decide. Your broadcast was a message of hope for me, for everyone. Now, I really should be going. We still have to keep things running without Pepone and the others, and the outskirts need all the spare hands they can get. Is there anything I might do to help heal the enthralled? Quite a lot, in fact. I could very much use a mage of your ability. Actually, this would be a good opportunity to round up other arcane practitioners and teach everyone how to use the Porxies. The knowledge will come in handy for treating Levin sickness as well. Wonderful. I shall petition Gosan to spread the word. Our outskirts tour is cancelled, it would seem. I mean, we've been here a million times, it's fine. By the way, Valtamont, Alphino told me that Kona arrived to escort Lamachi back to Tuliolal. Alphino himself would be returning to Alexandria momentarily, so between the two of us, I think we could sort out the treatment arrangements. Given all that, I had a mind to ask you a different favor. Would you mind looking in on Gulul... I don't know why I'm stumbling on this. Gululja. I was right the first time. According to Shale, he's been running around the kingdom, determined to personally solve every problem. Last she heard, he was pitching in over at the Drift Downs with Erinville. If you asked, Tapu, I believe her name was, she should be able to point you in their general direction. Let me see. Yeah, okay, it is these. Let me take these off. They're ruining the whole aesthetic of the gear. Wow, we can actually just come up here. Can't land, but we can come up this high. Probably because, you know, that exists. Actually, what the hell is this? Is this a... no. What the hell is this? Spire of Trial. I don't remember that at all. Ah, I know that voice, and happy I am to hear it. We all prayed fervently for your safe return. Looking for Gululja, are you? He was here asking if we needed help with anything, or if we had noticed anyone who had been acting strangely. He sounded exhausted, so I told him we were fine for the moment, and insisted he take a rest. I can only hope he will heed my advice. I believe he ran off towards the ruins of Old Alexandria. He always did seem to like it there. Looks like we're gonna have to fend off some fiends. Or maybe not.
Oh, welcome back.
It's been a trial, hasn't it?
We heard from Kona. He said that Lamachi is in no immediate danger and should make a full recovery.
Vow of resolve indeed. Resolved to be as reckless as ever. She might spare a thought for us helpless spectators from time to time.
You and Lamachi and all the others fought so bravely for Alexandria. And what did I do? I was useless, even with the king's authority. If I were strong, more people might still be alive. But I'm weak.
Does he forget that he's
So
a
weak.
child? You'll grow into your strength.
That's right. And you have your whole life ahead of you. We all start somewhere.
Actually, there's something I'd like you to see. My father and Odyssey's swords. I asked Lamachi to bring them here. I've decided to train under a Landsguard soldier and become a swordsman.
That's a big commitment.
I'm still not sure if I want to be the King of Resolve, but I want to be strong enough to protect the people I love. So I'll train as hard as I can, and then I'll come back here when I'm ready to take up these blades. That's the path I've decided on.
Good for you, Kululcha. I look forward to seeing your progress.
When I'm bigger and stronger, you'll spar with me, won't you?
Kid, I read from a book, and things just happen. That's not much of a spar. Thank you both for listening. I'll take it one step at a time and stick with what I know for now. Like cooking the meals that Otis taught me, and keeping everyone's bellies full. How does that sound? Sounds like a fine idea. Everyone's been working hard, so I'm sure a good meal would be much appreciated. Well, I think we've passed a milestone here. What about the back room? If you haven't already, I'd expect Shale and the others would appreciate you stopping by to say hello. No, it's not just stopping by and saying hello. It's finishing up our unfinished business. Making sure that everybody's up to speed. Valtamont, Oh, thank the stars you're safe. I heard the reports, of course, but there's no substitute for actually seeing it. Welcome back. We have so much to thank you for. The promise of tomorrow. Now that everyone's back, I say we pause a moment to savor what we've accomplished. We've been through much in these past days, haven't we? That's an understatement. We've seen the end of a years-long struggle for Oblivion and for myself. Kafkiwa and Geode would be happy for us. Oddly enough, fulfilling our purpose has somehow left me with even more work to do. The government has tasked me with conducting a more complete survey of the containment complex. Ah, the preservation facility. That lab where they studied the key certainly demands further investigation. I can understand how these experiments may have led to the discovery of reflections, yet they fail to explain Calix's knowledge of primal summoning. I fear that he and his hunger for interdimensional travel were only one facet of a greater puzzle. There is still someone or something out there that may pose a threat to us. There's always somebody or something. In any case, I think it prudent we secure ourselves a spot in Shale's next expedition to the 10th level. That's probably going to happen in the next major patch. Right, I have a meeting with city officials to attend. It would be cruel to leave Raha to answer their barrage of questions alone. I'm sure he'll be fine. I should return to my work as well. My first job will be to analyze the data we pulled from Containment Complex 1029 and locate their other facilities of interest. I can only hope the information we uncover will serve Alexandria in the future we want to build. Whatever we end up finding, however, it's like to take some weeks to put the city back to rights. All these ambitious plans aside, I think you've earned a rest, don't you? Our break room is yours to bunk in for as long as you like. Say the word and I'll help you settle in. She'll help me settle in, huh? Would she also join me? We're both elves, after all. Ready for a cotton fluffy pillow? So you may choose to remain in the back room and watch over the proceedings. Sure. Why not? It's the only choice we have. Several weeks later.
Ah, what an absurdly long report. Even working together, it took us an age to finish.
Well, to be fair, it was a rather absurd series of events.
It's not very smart to keep those ink jars on top of all the work.
The mystery behind Grandfather's letter took us further than we could have ever imagined.
Truly. It feels like a lifetime ago that it all began.
Right then, one last bit of proofreading. Where was I? Ah, yes. The chaos which had gripped the Kingdom of Alexandria was slowly but surely giving way to order once more. The thorough investigation conducted by Oblivion was one of the primary factors contributing to this recovery. Its members uncovered multiple preservation research facilities, allowing for a comprehensive study of regulator design and function. Thus have we come to understand that memories pertaining to the deceased were not erased from the minds of the living, but in truth, merely locked away. Permanent gaps in one's memory were to be avoided, as inconsistencies would arise during endless conversion and cause instability. When the time came, restoring these buried memories would be a simple matter of transmitting a signal from the Meso terminal. Acting on this discovery, the Alexandrian government announced plans for a memory restoration initiative, open to willing participants. This reignited the discussion surrounding mortality, as people continued to debate how best to face the inevitability of death. No matter the answer at which they arrive, it is certain to herald a major shift in the nation's philosophy. Yes, that matches my understanding of events. Excellent work, Raha.
I'm glad it serves. Shall we make our way over then?
Ahead of the memory restoration, officials requested the assistance of those familiar with the processes involved. So it was that our party and Sveen, who had eagerly volunteered, accepted the task of escorting the city's representative to living memory.
Before you go, we just wanted to say that we haven't made this decision lightly. No matter how frightening or painful they may be, we need to face our memories. Not only to honor those who are gone, but to make whole those who are still here. So no second thoughts. We'll be waiting.
If anything tries to harm you, you knock it flat. Come back safely, our Sveen from another time.
Yes! Be safe! I'll see you soon!
So sweet of you, but you needn't worry. I'm in very good company. Thank you all for your well wishes.
Despite the disruption caused by the dome's arrival, the people in the surrounding region have since reclaimed their normal lives. The Taral which Galul Jar Jar united is nothing if not resilient. The winds of change are fickle. A sudden gust, often the bearer of challenging trials. But so too do they spur us onward, keeping our feet ever moving along life's path.
You'll soon be on your way to Yaktel, then?
Yes, we've just come from making arrangements with the dirigible master. Preparations for the flight are still underway, so I'm doing a little sightseeing. My gratitude to the Landsguard for providing us with the permits we need to visit the Skydeep Cenotaph.
Of course. We'd hardly refuse a direct request from the Vow of Reason.
Our vigilant comrades at the gate will see you safely through.
Wooklamart isn't here, of course. She is still convalescing, I take it.
Indeed. She's presently confined to bed and permitted no visitors. Weakened as she is, we cannot be too careful. I can scarcely sleep at night for the worry.
Oh my. Please, forgive me. I hadn't realized her condition was so serious. I pray she makes a full recovery soon.
Greetings! What a rare pleasure this is! Is something wrong? Your friend looks like she had some bad news.
She wanted to visit the Vow of Resolve. And there's little reason she couldn't have.
Is there something you wish to say?
I see. I'm glad there's nothing terrible afoot. And yet, where there's a need... Sorry, I just remembered a pressing errand. Let's talk again soon.
The Alexandrians, I understand, have teachings similar to that of the Yokui. Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone. My father's last words. I've long considered their meaning. The living can find strength in the memories of those we've lost. They can help us rise to meet our trials in the present. That was certainly true of myself. So I have faith that the people of Alexandria too will be stronger for their grief.
It may be as you say. If we did not remember our lost siblings, we would not be where we are now.
Or be who we've become.
We all have memories like that, I bet.
Well, we made it. The journey was so smooth as to be almost disappointing.
I can only agree, especially after our first visit felt so fraught with danger.
It's the curse of experience, my friends. Before we know it, the extraordinary becomes every day. Life is an accumulation of such things, both the happy times and the sad.
Right. Let's go over Shale's instructions on performing the memory restoration. The first step is to reactivate all the terminals at the same time. This will supply the ether necessary to operate the equipment, without creating any new Endless, of course. Once things are up and running, we use the Meso terminal to transmit the signal and unlock the sealed memories. There are 5 terminals in total. Might you lend us a hand with one, Sphene?
Yes, I can do that. Not to butt in, but would you mind letting me take it?
Lamichi!
Should you be up and about?
I'm fine. My worrywart of a brother exaggerates. Mablu came by to fill me in on your plans. After that, I couldn't stand being cooped up a moment longer, so she helped me sneak out of the palace.
I'm so glad to see you're well.
Sorry Kona made you think I was at death's door. I was keeping up with reports and know what's been happening in Alexandria. I made the decision to erase the Endless, and bore witness to their final moments. And though it's only a tiny fragment, their hopes live on in me. I feel responsible for making sure that they're remembered, that their legacy is passed on. So please, let me help with sending the signal.
You've made a convincing case, but do take it slowly. The way is not without its perils.
I'll be careful. Thanks.
Very well then. I leave these tasks in your capable hands.
All right, everyone. Begin.
Was the sight we saw no more than a trick of the light? Or was it a gift? The Terminal's parting miracle? But those days are gone. We chose to move forward. We hold fast to our memories of sorrow and of grief. That we might live full in the present ere the time of departure comes.
Let's go home. To our beloved Alexandria.
Mother, you protected me. I remember now. In soft golden light, the memories of the lost returned. There to be clutched tight by loved ones, never again to be surrendered.
I am humbled by all you have done in service to our nation. On behalf of its people, I offer our most heartfelt gratitude.
We were only too happy to help. There are still problems left to solve, of course, but you've taken an important step forward.
We have. It's as if we were frozen in time, but now the ice has begun to thaw. Alexandria will thrive again. Mark my words.
What will you do now, Sven?
Ah, yes. Well, that will depend on Gossen. With your permission, I wish to continue living in Alexandria. Those dear to me laid down their lives for this nation in bygone days, and I fought alongside new comrades to defend it. I would continue serving it if you'd let me. So please, accept me as one of your citizens.
That will not do.
I see. I suppose my presence would cause too much confusion.
Now hold on a moment. You have to reconsider. I'll vouch for her myself.
Oh dear, do forgive me. I've caused a misunderstanding. What I meant to say is, it will not do for you to be an ordinary citizen. The people have been most insistent that you take your rightful place as queen.
As queen?
When despair held us in its thrall, it was your voice, your words, which led us to salvation. We would not ask that you perform the same duties as our previous ruler. The structure of both government and nation is to be re-examined and revised such that the burden doesn't fall upon you alone. If that is acceptable, we implore you, please live among us and lend us your gentle guidance. The Alexandrian monarchs of old cared for us and fought for us, and you stand proud among them.
But I... Oh, what of Galuja? You have him, don't you?
Alexandria has 2 thrones to fill now. What one ruler might struggle with, the 2 of you can accomplish together. Galuja's still young though, so don't expect too much of him just yet.
You already know what to do.
Yes. Yes, you're right. For centuries, my other self bore this tiara, and with it the hopes and dreams of Alexandrians. I will not let them go unanswered. I will heed the wishes of the people. With peace and prosperity for Alexandria as my foremost purpose, I accept the role of Queen of Reason.
It's not an easy road, but we'll walk it side by side. That way, neither of us gets lost.
Thank you. Thank you all so much.
Damn, that was lengthy. But there was a lot to clean up. Thank you for your kind encouragement, Valtamont. Wuklamot is right. Ours will not be an easy road. But with your words to lend me strength, I shall take it one step at a time. And Tuliyola will be there to support you. Speaking of which, I should be getting back to the palace. I'll make my next visit an official one. No sneaking out under Kona's nose like this time. The vows of resolve and reason will both come and we can discuss our futures together. I look forward to it. Shall we begin the journey home then? I expect some confusion among the citizens with restored memories, and I would be present to offer them aid. That's crazy. I literally said earlier, man, this place used to look nice. And they just brought it all back. Except without the endless, you know, wandering souls and stuff like that. But still, I find it funny that I say that and they bring it back anyway. Along with literally everybody's memories of, like, decades or centuries, which is just insane. Well, I believe this marks the end of my role as guide. I was intending to accompany Wuklamot back to Tuliyola. But what are your plans, Valtamont? Did you have any other matters yet to attend to in Alexandria? No, you need to stop by the palace first. Kona's been wanting to thank you properly, but with everything going on, he hasn't had the chance. Please come back with us, or I'll never hear the end of it. You weren't supposed to be out of the palace, remember? Damn. Well, see, now they're acting like this is like the last patch before the next expansion. Normally this kind of stuff would happen pretty much at that point. But there's usually 5 extra patches post-expansion, so I'm not sure what's going on here. Haven't heard this song in a long time. It's good to be home. Thanks for coming along. I just got here too. The Landsguard said my training would begin right away, so I'll be staying in Tuliyola a while. We believe in you, Galulja, and whenever you need advice, your aunt is always happy to give it. Oh dear, our vow of reason is out of sorts. Can you blame me? Lamachi, you were supposed to be convalescing in bed. So, you would study the way of the blade, Galulja. Is that not allowed? I will permit your training on one condition. You only practice swordplay in the presence of a grown-up. Yes, Kona, I promise. It won't be long before you're good enough to train without a minder. You take too much after your sire and grandsire for that. Wait, so if you're back here, does that mean everyone already got their memories back? Not everyone. So that was that. My days of meddling in Alexandrian affairs are over. It all turned out for the best. The former queen really did love her people, and it's wonderful that her love lives on in Sphene. But she's the... I don't understand. They're acting like she's a different person. This is the original Sphene, so she is queen. I don't get it. It truly is. With that love as the foundation of her rule, the new queen will be a font of hope for Alexandria. There's no better way for a life and legacy for forever to forever endure. You'll be heading back there, won't you, to Alexandria? I won't pretend that I fully understand the workings of the key or the reflections, and I know I couldn't have stopped Calyx without you, nor fulfilled my promise to the Endless Sphene. Thank you, Valtamont, from the bottom of my heart. Be sure to come and visit us again in Tuliyola. You'll always be welcome here. It's time I moved on myself. Once I've made the necessary preparations and arrangements, I will embark on an extended journey. Well, I expect my days will be filled with administrative duties, much as they already are. I am hoping to compile a comprehensive history of Tuliyollal, however. The tale of our beautiful and resilient nation should be preserved for the future, with each successive generation adding their own chapter to the saga. I think I've learned to be happy with who I am, Valtamont, even when I make mistakes and cry and look silly. And it's all because of the amazing things I've seen with you. They remind me there's always tomorrow. Becoming the King of Resolve is not something I need to think about until I'm older, but my father's authority did pass to me, so until that day comes, I'll study and train and do the best I can. You've already come far, Galulja, and you'll keep on doing us proud, I'm sure of it. I guess you have to go now, so be safe and enjoy your travels. We'll miss you. Send our best to Sphene and the others. You're acting like I'm going away forever. Jeez, I mean, literally, you guys could get there too, you know. I might as well just go to Aetheryte. Or Aethernet. Damn, everybody's here. Valtamont, you're here. Always. We were just discussing what is to be done after the coronation ceremony. Our heretofore isolated kingdom must join its peers on the world stage. The fact that Alexandria is, or was, a nation of the 9th will be the cause of some consternation. Consternation. Not sure what that means. It may smooth introductions where the Scions provide an explanation for its arrival in the source. Rest assured, Sphene. Atheris' leaders are well accustomed to hearing Alphino report on fanatical events. Once again, I am in your debt. I dread to imagine what might have come to pass had you never come to our aid. Ah, I had other news. Those who participated in the memory restoration have expressed the desire to hold a funerary service. Rather than suppress their grief, they would embrace it, creating in their hearts a place for gentle embrace. We have yet to hammer out the details, but I was thinking we might host this service on the highest level of Everkeep. Ever since my time, we have believed that the departed continue their journey beyond the clouds. You'll invite our friends from Tuliyollal, won't you? Yes, of course. I know of Zoralja only by name, but they will wish to mourn their kin. I shall be sure to ask them. After so long distancing themselves from the realities of death, the Alexandrians are to be commended for their courage. Yes, 'tis a tremendously brave thing they're doing. Perhaps our hearts can never capture a memory as perfectly as data in a file. But what precious recollections we do keep will guide and sustain us as we fulfill the promise of tomorrow. Hey, there's the title of the patch. She said it! You've busy days ahead of you, Your Majesty. Oblivion stands ready to pitch in as needed. Oh, and what of my investigation, Shale? I hope you've left some time in your schedule for me. Do you recall my first tour of the city after I awoke? It was also strange and frightening, but I've only grown more at home ever since. Now that I now feel a part of this new Alexandria is in large part thanks to your patient guidance. What am I, everybody's mentor? And so here I will remain. Should you ever have need of my aid with anything at all, pray do not hesitate to ask. Some few of us will stay here a while, as it happens. We've made several interesting breakthroughs and have no shortage of mysteries into which we would delve. Then be welcome as honored guests for as long as you like. You are, and always will be, my cherished comrades. And that is the promise of tomorrow. Boy, did I call it or what?
This is absurd. I have neither heart nor lungs. I was overconfident. Prudent course would have been to wait until I'd calculated an insurmountable advantage.
Who fears who now, little boy?
A rash decision. One perhaps influenced by the others and their developments. But no matter. Learn from this setback, and next time... Next time? How much time and effort did I pour into this master plan? I had it. I had it. At long last, I was to open a new path. Those imbeciles and their damnable heroics.
Oh boy. The Ashians are never gone, man.
Detected the stench of failure already, have you? Such a keen sense of smell. Yes, I will give my report, as is protocol. Be sure our winter peers are apprised of the details.
If none shall know eternity, what waits for those who hold the key? Yeah, hey, new trophy. Dude, did I call it or what? Of course he's still alive. It wasn't explicitly shown, so that means he's still kicking. Curious as to which Ashian that is, though. Who is it? Might be a new one. Might be an old one. I don't know. Guess we'll have to find out later. But this makes it seem like 7.3 is the final patch for this expansion, which doesn't make much sense. Like I said earlier, generally they have you know, 5 patches after the main expansion. So I would find it interesting if this is where they decide to end this expansion, before the next one, whenever that might be. And whatever it might be. But either way, that was awesome. We defeated Calyx. We defeated him. That trial fight was cool. Like I said, I've had other ones that I actually find more epic, but that one was really good. It was awesome. I might grind out the currency just to get the Historia gear set, since it is better than the cruiserweight stuff anyway. But for sure, I'll get that gear, I'll transmog it, and then all will be well with the world. But that's going to do it for me today, guys. Thank you all so much for joining me. I appreciate your time and attention, as always. I hope you guys enjoyed the story as well. I've been waiting for months for this. I'm glad it finally came. And now it's kind of like reinvigorated my need to play this game again. Get the better gear and be prepared for the next, I'm assuming, patch. But definitely join me tomorrow for Battlefield 1. We're not doing Battlefield 4 this week. We're going to do some Battlefield 1 grinding. And I'll be grinding Battlefield 4 in the background. I've already finished the sniper we were working on. I can't remember if you guys... Did we stop on the JNG-90? No, we finished the JNG-90. We started the 338. I actually finished it yesterday, and I've begun the M98B. So, by the time we play Battlefield 4 next, it's possible I might be done with the snipers. I don't know. It doesn't seem to take very long to hit 500 kills, especially when you play in a game that takes 2 hours. But, still, we're going to switch it up this week and go to Battlefield 1. In my opinion, the best Battlefield ever made, objectively. Not my personal favorite, but is definitely the best one ever made. So, can't argue it. Inarguable. So please join me again tomorrow night for that, 7 p.m. right here on Full Spectrum Studios. But until then, I'm Matt Wolf. This is Final Fantasy XIV, and I'll see you guys.